Hey guys, welcome to this video. In this video, we are going to create an AI invoice generator using MERN Stack. You can add this project to your resume as well as use it as a project. So before starting to build, let me show you the demo of this site. Starting with the Navbar, we have logo and navigation on the left. Once click, it takes us to that particular section. And on the right, we have the sign in and the create account button that will open the Clerk model for authentic login and sign up. Then we have the banner having text on the left and a banner on the right side. There are two buttons. Once clicked, they will perform their actions. Then we have our features section having some details with 3 cards having hover effects and a background too. Then we got the pricing section. We can toggle between monthly and annual. Also have 3 plans for this with some more details present here. Then we have a sleek footer too. Now to access the dashboard page, we must be logged in. Let me log in here using the Google. You will be redirected to dashboard once you are logged in. It will show you your name on the Navbar with your initial letters, also with the full name. Sidebar contains the app name. Hovering will show an underline. It also can be collapsed by this button. It also contains the navigations menu. Once click, it will take you to that particular page. You can log out from here too. Now on dashboard page, you can see the total number of invoices, total revenue, unpaid amount, and also can see latest 5 invoices here. To view all, you will be redirected to invoices page. You can also preview the invoice. In preview, you can edit the invoice and update the changes here. You can also print the invoice or save it as a PDF in your system. Now on create invoice, you can create an invoice. These pre-filled details are coming from the business profile. On business profile, you can create your business profile one time and it will be reused for the future references. You can also set up or edit the business info, the branding, the tax percentage, stamp and the signature images as well as the owner name here too. And it will update the profile. On create invoice, you can see the changes you have made on the business profile. So let me create this invoice. Let me give the client details here, then the item with the quantity and the price and click create now. You can see it is created successfully. On invoices page, you can manage your invoice. You can set how much invoices can be showed per page. There is a filter that can filter using the invoice number, the client name. Also, you can filter using the status as paid, unpaid. You can also delete any invoice from here too. You can view, edit invoice status and update it too. Now let me create the invoice using the AI model. Let me give the prompt here and let me hit the generate button. It will take some time and then it will create the invoice with the details you have given in the prompt. In an instance, you can generate the invoice, you can edit here too and update it as well. This site is fully responsive for all the devices. Every page of this site is responsive for the tablet view. It can be mobile as well as the laptop view here. On the new Chrome, if I sign in with a new user and create a new account, it will show you a fresh start as nothing for this ID is prefetched or saved here. As this invoice has a feature that only a particular ID can see his or her invoices and the business profile here. So this is all. Let's get started. Now open your VS Code. Let's go to our Chrome and search here for white React here. Now click on this first link, scroll down and copy this command, and now in your terminal just paste it over here. Now give here the project name as Frontend here, then the framework will be React and variant will be JavaScript. Now select no and select no, and then change the repo over to Frontend, and then let's install the node packages here. Now after this, let's go and let's install the Tailwind CSS. So for that, let me just search here for the Tailwind CSS on the Chrome and click on this first link. Now click on this get started button. Now here for using the white, we have to install this Tailwind. So just copy this command and in your terminal just paste it over here. Now after this, let's import this statement into our white.config.js. So for that, let me just open the folder. In your white.config.js, just paste this import statement here. Now after this, just copy the plugin, and now in your plugin just put a comma and paste it over here. Now after this, let's go and let's copy this import statement, and now in your src inside this, we don't need the app.css, you can remove it, and in your index.css just paste it over here. Now after this, just copy this h1 tag here, and in your app.jsx remove the whole code and type here RAFCE, and in your div just paste it over here. Change class to class name here. Then in your terminal just type here npm run dev and O and enter to open it on our default browser here. So now you can see the Tailwind CSS is working fine and is installed successfully. So now let's go back here, and in your index.html just change the title here to AI invoice. Let me just type here invoice here. Now in your assets here, the link is already given in the description box. You can get the dummy styles from there, the logo, the sign up PNG as well as the stamp PNG that is given over here. and also the generate button. The button is also given in the description box. You can get the link from the description box and get these things from there. Now, after this, we have to create the .tnv file for our Clerk. So first, let's go to our Clerk React on our Chrome and click on this first link. Here you have to sign in on the right side, and if you are signed in, you will be seeing the dashboard here. So here we have to click on this dashboard button. Let me just click on this dashboard button, and here in the dashboard, if you have created the project, it will show you that project. Else you have to create a new project here, and here you can give your application name to this project. In my case, it will be Invoice AI, and you can select multiple things for the sign in, but you can also enable the phone number. The username can be enabled here, and you can access many things you can want to use as a sign up here, but in my case it is fine for this. So just create the application over here. Now, after creating the application, select here the framework for the React, and here we have to first install the Clerk. So for that, let me just go to our terminal, paste it over here. Now, after this, we have to also create a .env file here, and inside the environment variable file, we are gonna store this publishable key for our Clerk. So just copy and paste it over here. So this is our key for our Clerk, and let me just go back. Now we have to first wrap our app component with the Clerk provider, and also we have to paste the publishable key that is coming here from the .env file. So for that, let's go to our main.jsx. Here we have to just paste it over here, the publishable key that is coming here, and now let's copy the import statement also and paste it after this. Now, after pasting this much, we have to remove the strict mode from here, as we won't require the strict mode here, and we have to wrap our app component into the Clerk provider here. So just cut the app component from here and paste it over here. Now after this, we have to pass here the publishable key, and inside this publishable key, we are gonna pass here the publishable key here. Now, once you have done this much, you have to just go, and now let me just show you that we have pasted this thing here, and we have wrapped our app component into the Clerk provider. So now we can now access the sign in, sign out, the user button, as well as many functionality that is giving from here. So now let me just show you how we have done it. First, we have to install the Clerk. Then we have to create a .env file, and in that we are gonna store the publishable key. Then inside the Clerk, we have to import the publishable key, and then we have to wrap our app component with the Clerk provider. Now, after doing this much, let me just go to our, so you can see the project here, and inside this project, if you go, let me just click on this project and go to our users. So here you will be able to see the users that are getting logged in your project. So now let me just close this, and here let me just, we have completed this also, so let me just close all this. And here first we have to create the backend for this project. So for that, let's create the backend folder, and for the entry point, we are gonna create the entry as server.js file here. Now in your split terminal, just remove the previous one and just type here the cd, let me just type here cd backend, and inside this, let's initialize the backend here by npm init, and here the package name will be backend. Hit enter. This entry point here, it will be server.js, as we have already created this file. Hit enter and type here yes, and then hit enter. A package.json file has been created here. Here we don't require the test command. You can remove the test command here. And now let's install the multiple dependencies that we are gonna use here. Type here npm install bcrypt. Bcrypt is used for the comparing and hashing of the password. Then comes our body parser that acts as a middleware for the incoming request. Then comes our CORS that enables the cross-origin platform sharing. Then comes our .env that helps in creation of .env file. Then comes our Express, that is a web framework. Then comes our JSON web token that helps in generating and verifying the JSON web token. Then comes our Mongoose, that is an ODM library for the MongoDB. Then comes our Multer that acts as a middleware for the image handling. Then comes our Nodemon that helps in restarting the server each time we make any changes. And we have the validator for validating whether it's an email or not. Now here you can see we have these dependencies coming over here and also a node modules package coming here. Now here let me scroll up, and here we have to define the type of the backend. It will be our, let me just type here the module here. So it will convert the backend into ES6 model, and the start will be changed to nodemon server.js. Now here let's type here import express coming from our express package. Now after this type here import, and here type here course that is coming from our course package here. Now after this type here import, here we are going to import the .env/config for our .env access. Then here we have to define the const app is equals to, here it will be express. Then after this type here const port, so our app will be using the port 4000 here. Now after this here we are going to define our middlewares. Then we are going to define here the database connection, and here we are going to define the routes here. Now after this type here app.get, and it will be getting on slash, it will be getting the request comma response and create an arrow function. So on our Chrome browser it will send the response as it will be API working. So on our Chrome you will be able to see API working, and then our app will listen. So our app.listen here, so it will listen to the port 4000 and it will be an arrow function. And on the terminal it will show you that is the console.log, it will be backtick, and it will show that is server started. Here it will be server started on http://localhost. It will be colon and pass here the port here. So now in your terminal just type here the npm start, and it will show you that is the server started on localhost 4000, and our Chrome you can see it is showing API working. Now let's go back here, and now here for this thing we have to define the folder structure. So let's create the config folder. In this we are gonna create the database connection. Then the controllers, here we are going to define the functions here. Then the models, here we are going to define the schemas. Then the routes folder that will be containing the routes, and also a uploads folder that will handle the images locally. Now also a .env file for saving our Clerk publishable key as well as the secret key for the user authentication. So here we have to first type here the, let me just add a comment over here, that is the Clerk. And now let's go to our Chrome, and inside this Clerk, here we have done this for the React. For the front end we have get the publishable key. Now we have to change the SDK to our Express, and in the Express here first we have to install this command here. So just copy this command and paste it in your terminal over here. Now till the time it is getting installed, let's go, and here you can see you will be getting the secret key as well as the publishable key. The publishable key will be similar to the front end key, and the secret key will be passed here. Then again npm start in your terminal. Now we have done the importation of the .env, so we don't need to install that package. Now we have to import the Clerk middleware. So now let's go to our server.js, and here just paste it over here. Then let's go, and now we can use the Clerk middleware. So just copy this also, and now rest of the things we are getting the user ID, and later will be explained. So now in your middleware, let's define the middleware, that is the app.use, and here we are going to use the course here. Then we are going to use the middleware that is the app.use. It will be express.json, and above this let me just also type here the limit here, that is the 20 MB. And now after this we have to also type here the pass here the Clerk middleware that we have copied here, and type here app.use, and here we have to define the use of the express.url encoded, and limit here again it will be 20 MB. and also we have to pass here the extended as true here. Now after this we have to connect the database. So for that, create a db.js file in our config folder and type here import mongoose from our mongoose package. Then type here export const and let's give here the name of the function as connectdb is equals to, it will be an async function. Take here, create an arrow function and type here await, type here mongoose.connect method, and here we are going to pass here the MongoDB URL. So for that, let's go to our Chrome and here search for our white MongoDB and click on this first link, and here click on this get started button, click on this sign up with Google. Now once you are getting signed in, if you have already created multiple projects, you can see you will be landed on this, and here you have to click on this view all projects and then click on this new project. Now click on here the name of the project, and in my case it will be invoice here. Now click on this next button and then create the project. If you are a new user, you will be landing on this page that is coming here. That is let me just click on this create here, and if you are a new user, you will be landed over here. Click on this free and click on this create deployment here. Now after getting deployed, it will show you the password. You can change the password. Never use @ here in the password. Let me just give here the password as invoice123 and click on create database user. Then choose a connection method. Click on this drivers, and here you can get the string here. So just copy this string, that .net/ till this, and just paste it over here. After the slash, let's give here the name of the database, that is Invoice AI. And now let's go back and click on this done button. Then on the left side you can see the database and network access, then the IP access list, and just click on this edit, allow access from anywhere, and click confirm. So now you can access your database with any data you have connected with your, that is the, either it can be Wi-Fi or mobile network. You can connect the database with any IP address. Now it will take some time to show the status as active, so let's wait till then. Now it shows that is the status is active. Now click on this cluster and let's go back here. Now after this, let me just go and type here .then method, and inside this create an arrow function here, and again for this terminal just type here console.log. Here it will be db connected, so it will show you db connected in our console here. So now let's go to our server.js and here just type here connect db function, and now let's create it as a function, and it will be coming from the config/db.js file. So now in your terminal you will be able to see that the server started on localhost 4000 and db is connected. So now our setup is successfully done. So now let's go to our models folder and let's create the first model, that is the invoice modal.js, and inside this let's type here import mongoose coming from our mongoose package. Then type here const in item schema is equals to new mongoose. Let me just type here new mongoose dot schema, and here we are going to define the schema for the item. So let's type here id, and inside this the type of the id here, it will be string type, and then it will be required as it will be true. Now after this let's type here the description. So description, the type of the description, again it will be string, and here it will be required as it will be true again. Now after this we have to define here the quantity, that is qty. The type of the quantity here, it will be number, and it will be required as it will be true here. Now after this type here default, here the default value it will be 1. Then we have to type here the unit price, and the price here, the type for the price here, it will be number again, and the required here it will be saying that is it is true here. Now default here for the unit price, it will be 0 here. Now after this let me just type here underscore id, that is the MongoDB id become false here for this. Now so we have defined the item schema here. So now let me just scroll down and let's define the schema for our invoice. So type here const invoice schema is equals to, here it will be new mongoose dot schema, and now inside this, now type here owner, and inside this owner we are going to define here the owner type as string, then it will be required as true here, and then inside this we are gonna type here the index, and in that will be true here. Now owner will be showing you it will only have one owner for this invoice here, and it will be coming from our clerk ID. Now after this, let me just type here invoice number, and it has to be unique for each of the invoice, it has to be unique. So for that we are going to type here required as true also, and then here the index is also here as true here. Now after this, these both things will be required as true and these both things will be unique here. So for that we are taking the index here. So now after this, let's type here issue date, and the issue date for this invoice here, the type of the issue date here, it will be string type, and then here we are gonna take here the required as for this issue date here, it will be true. Now after this, the due date here, and then the type of the due date for this invoice here, it will be string, and the default here, it will be empty string. Then here we are gonna define here the schema for our business info. So for that, let me just go and here search for the GitHub. The link is already given in the description box. You can go directly from there and you will be landing here on this particular page here. So for that, let's go to our backend. Inside this model, inside this invoice modal.js, just copy these business infos, and here let me just paste it over here. So here for the business, we are going to take here the business name that is coming from the user, then the user that will enter the email of its own, then the address and the phone number, and also the GST number for that particular business. Now after this, here we are going to take here the client info. So for that, the client info, we have to just go and copy these details over here, and let me just paste it over here. Now let me remove the client info from here, and then the client will have the name of the client here. For that, the invoice is getting generated, then the email as well as the address and the phone number of that client here. Then the currency here, it will be string, and default it will be INR, and the status here, it can be these status, that it can be overdue, paid, unpaid, or it can be a draft invoice. Default it will be a draft invoice. Now after that, let me just type here the comment has for the assets, that is the image handling. So for that, we have to just go to our GitHub again, and let us just copy the whole things and paste it after this here. Now here we are going to take here the data for the logo URL, then the stamp and the signature images will be stored inside this, then the signature name and the signature title, that who has given the invoice, is present here. Then the tax percentage, it will be default as 18, then the subtotal, then the tax and the total will be calculated in this. Now inside this, we are also taking the timestamp, and the timestamp here, it will be true, that it will show you the created at and the updated at here. So type here const invoice is equals to mongoose.modal, and type here the invoice, or it can be mongoose.modal, and inside this, let's define here the model as the invoice and pass here the invoice schema here. Now after this, just export the default invoice here. Now once you have exported the default invoice over here, you have completed this invoice model here. And now let's go to our controller and let's create our invoice controller.js file. Now after this, let's type here import, and here we are gonna import the mongoose from the mongoose package. Then we are going to import the invoice that is coming from our /model/invoice model.js file here. Now also type here import the get auth coming from our Express, Clerk Express. So this get auth, what it will be showing you, let me just go and show you this. That is here you can see in the require auth, you get this auth here, and it will give you the user ID as well as the session ID of that particular user. So by the user ID, you can make the user as authenticated, that a unique user has come here. So type here const API base is equals to, and here let's go to our Chrome again and just copy the backend URL and now paste it here. Now after this, let's type here a function, and the function here, this function here, it is the compute total function. Inside this we are gonna take here the items, then the tax percentage, here it will be 0. And now let's go and type here const. Inside this, let's type here the safe is equals to, it will be array dot is array, and inside this pass here the items. Now if it is an array, then it will be items dot filter, and inside this we are gonna filter using the boolean, else it will be empty array. Now type here const subtotal is equals to, here it will be safe dot, it will be reduce, and inside this reduce we are gonna reduce here the safe with the item and create an arrow function here and type here s comma number, and inside this number we are gonna pass here the item dot quantity, or it can be 0 here, and then multiplied with the number, and inside this pass here the item dot unit price, or it can be 0 here. Now it will be 0. Now so you have calculated the subtotal here. Then type here const tax is equals to subtotal multiplied with the number, and inside this number pass here the tax percentage, or it will be 0, that is the tax percentage is not present, and divide by 100. Now type here const total is equals to subtotal, and it will be added with the tax here. Now we are gonna return here the subtotal, also we are gonna returning the tax as well as the total here. So now if this function will calculate the total, so let me just add here the comment that is computes the total, subtotal and taxes for this invoice here. Now to parse the form data as items, so type here function, it will be parse item fields, take the value, and now inside this type here if the value is not present, then it will return an empty array. Then if the value is present, then it will check, that is if array is array, and pass here the value. If the value is an array, then it will return the value. Then type here if the type of value is equals to string type. So if the value type is string, then it will create a try catch block, and now inside this try block we are gonna type here the return, and here we are gonna return here the JSON dot, it will be our parse method, it will be value will be passed here, and in case of any error, so here we are just gonna type a return empty array. Now after this, here we have to type here return the value if it is not the string here. So now after this, let's check if the string is an object ID or not. So type here a function for that. Here it will be is object ID string, and pass here the value, then type here return. So it will return the type of the value is equals to, if it is string, then in that case, and also this test will happen on the value. If it get successful, it will be an object here, object ID. Then type here for helper functions here for the, let me just type here for uploading the images to public folder, that is the upload. So for that, let me just go and click on this invoice controller, and let us just copy these helper functions over here and copy and paste it over here. So now here for this upload files to URL, this function will be mapping our logo name, that is the logo name, then the stamp name, then the signature name, then the logo stamp and the signature. These all are the images that will be coming here from the, for each of them we have to save it in the, that is coming from our uploads folder. This uploads folder we have created over here. It will be storing these images over here. So we are gonna map here with the file name here using the multer. So now here we have to generate a unique number to avoid collision in the database for the invoice number. So here we are generating an unique identification number for the invoice, and it has to be unique. So we are creating this using this function, the suffix, and the, if the number already exists, then it will show you this error, and if not, it will return the candidate here. Now after this, we have to create the function here to create an invoice. So to create an invoice, let's go to our GitHub again and just copy the create function as it is given here. The full function is already given on the GitHub. Just copy the whole function and paste it over here. Now, once you have pasted the whole function for the create invoice, here in the create, let me just scroll up here, and here for the create here, let me remove this, and here we are first taking we are creating this function. We are taking this user ID that is coming from our get auth. We have already seen it on the Clerk here. Then if the user ID is not present, it will show you that is authentication required here. Then we are taking the request.body, and that will be filled by the user details will be coming here in the body. Then it checks that is the item is array or not. Then the tax percentage getting calculated over here using this total compute function we have created, and files are getting stored using the file uploads to URL function we have created above. That is the helper function. Now we are creating the invoice number provided. If the number already exists, that is the duplicate number, it will show you this error that is the invoice number already exists. And if the number is not, let me just add this comment also, that is the invoice number if present, it will show error, else it is okay. Now it will generate a number here using this function generate, and then we are gonna build the document. The document will have the MongoDB ID, then the user ID, that will be the owner ID, then the invoice number, the issue date, then the due date, then the business, that is the business name that is coming from the user that has filled these things, and the client that will have also the GST number, and the client that will have that is for the invoices getting generated, it will have these details. Then it will have the items, then it will have the subtotal, then the tax, the total for the tax, the currency, it will be INR at initial, then the status, what is the status initial, it will be draft here, then the tax percentage will be shown here, the images will be stored here as the logo, stamp and signature data URL, then the name of the signature will be stored here, and the title given by the signature name, and the notes will be saved here. So now in this saved here, it will be stored all these things, and it will be showing the data, the saved here, if it is successful working. Now, and in something went wrong, it will just show you this error. Now, after this, we have created this create. So let's create our list of all invoices. To get all the invoices, type here export an async function, and let's give here the name of the function as get invoice, and here we are going to take the request comma response. And now let me just create this function and type here let's create the try catch block, and inside this try block let's type here const user ID. Again we will be getting the user ID using the get auth function, and it will be giving it on the request here, that is the requested user will be getting the user ID. Now type here if the user ID is not found, then that case just return a response.status, and the status here it will be 401.json method, and inside this let me just type here the success here, it will become false. Let me just type here false, and again the message it will show, that is the message it will show, that is authentication required here. Now after this let me just go and type here, that is the const q is equals to, and inside this just pass here the owner, that is the owner, and the owner will have the user ID that is coming from our get auth. Then type here if the request.query.status, if the request.query.status is found, it will be q.status is equals to, it will be request.query.status here. Now type here if the request.query.invoice number, then in that case it will be q.invoice number is equals to, it will be storing the number as request.query.invoice number. Then for filter here, that is to filter these details here, we have to type here, let me just go to our GitHub and just copy this function for the filtration and paste it over here. So now for the search query here, we are giving here the search query, it will be trimming the search query. For the email, it can be filtered by the email, the client name and the invoice number. These three things can act as a filter over here. Now after this type here const invoices is equals to, it will be an await keyword, and type here invoice dot. Here we are gonna find here. So we are gonna find all the queue and we are gonna sort it by the created at. Let me just type here created at, it will be -1. So it will show you the latest entry on the top here. Now, then just type here a return, and here it will show you a response.status, and the status here it will be 200.json method, and inside this the success here, this time it will become true as it will be found there, and the data will be passed as the invoices here. Now, after this, if something went wrong in the catch block, just type here console.error, and the error here it will be get invoices error. Let me just type here get invoices error, and inside this pass here the error as err, and then type here return a response.status, and inside this the status here it will be 500.json method, and inside this the success here it will become false, and the message here it will say that is the server error. Now, after this, so by this we have completed the list of all invoices. Now to create a function, that is to get the invoice by a particular ID. So for that, let me just type here export an async function. The name of the function here it will be get invoice by ID is equal, and inside this type here request comma response and create a try catch block here. Now inside this try block, let's type here that is the const user ID is equals to, again we are gonna get the user ID using the get auth, and it will be given by the request.user that has requested here. So that particular user will have this ID, and now let's copy this if block here and paste it over here. That is the if the user ID is not found, it will show you this message here. Then type here const ID is equals to, this ID will be coming from request.params, then let invoice here, then type here if the is object, and inside this is object ID string pass here the ID, and then in that case invoice will be await keyword, and it will store the invoice dot find by ID, and this inv will be storing the ID of that particular invoice here. Then else case invoice is equals to await keyword, again just type here invoice dot, here it will be finding the one, and it will be finding using the invoice, let me invoice number, as both of them are unique, that is the invoice number is also unique and the ID of that particular invoice is also unique here. So now after this type here if the invoice is not found, in that case we are gonna return, and in this we are gonna return the response.status, and the status will be 400.json method, and inside this the success here it will become false as the invoice is not found. It will show you the message that is the invoice not found here. So if it is not found using the ID, then it will be not present there. Then type here if the invoice dot owner, that is the owner of that invoice, and the string, and inside the string we are gonna pass here the invoice dot owner. If it is not equals to the, let me just type here the string, and inside this pass here the user ID. If it is not equals to the user ID, in that case just return a response.status. That means that is the invoice you are fetching is not for your ID, that is not your invoice. So just pass here the success here, it will be false, and the message here it will show the message that is you are forbidden, that is it is not your invoice you are fetching here. Now after this let's type here a return a response.status, and this time the status here it will be 200.json method, and inside this just pass here the success here, it will become true here as the invoice will be found by the ID, and pass here the inv as the data here. So now let's go and let's copy the catch block over here and just update the catch block over here. Change this get invoice by ID error now. So by this we have completed this function also. So now after this let's go and let's create the update invoice, that is to update an particular invoice. Again we will be requiring the ID. So type here an export an async function, and let's give here the name of the function as update invoice, take request comma response, and now create a try catch block here. Now inside this try block again, let me just scroll up and let's copy the user ID. And again, we will be requiring the user ID for the authentication required, and it will be coming from our get auth. Now, after this, let's type here const. Here inside this pass here, the ID is equals to, it will be request.params for the invoice ID. Then const body is equals to request.body, or it can be empty. Then type here const, it will be query is equals to, here it will be is object ID string, and pass here the ID. If it is a string, then in that case it will be ID, and the ID will be storing the ID, and then the owner will be storing the user ID. And if it is not string, it will be storing the invoice number, as both of them are authentication, that is unique here, and the owner will be passed inside this here, and the owner will be storing the user ID here. So now after this, type here const existing. If the user if the invoice is already existing, then type here await, and we are gonna find the invoice using the query that we have. We can find it by the ID, or we can find it by the invoice number. Then if it is existing, if it is not existing, then in that case just return a response.status 404.json method. That is, it will show you the success false, and the message it will say that is the invoice is not present, that is the invoice not found here. Because the invoice number is not matching, then it will show you this error. Now if the user changes the invoices number, and the invoice number that user has given is already existing in the database, so for that, let me just go to our GitHub and let's copy this function over here and paste it over here. Now once you have pasted it, again it will show you that is the existing. If it is not existing, that is the already exists, then it will show you the conflict, that is the invoice is getting conflict, that the similar number have been generated over here. Now again, it will just calculate these percentages and the total and the file URLs that we have created in the created here. And now to update, what we can update these much of things. So just copy it from the GitHub and paste it over here. So here we can update these things from this. So here, let me just add the comment here, that is we can update these fields. So we can update the invoice number and related to everything we can update, we have created here. So now type a object and object.keys, and for all the keys that is the updated for each of them, that is for each field, pass here the key and create an arrow function, and inside this pass here that is updated will be key is equals to, it will be undefined, and inside this just type here delete update is, and pass here the key here. That is the previous key will be deleted and the new key will be undefined. Now type here const updated is equals to, it will be await, type here invoice dot for one, find one and update here. So here we are gonna find here using the ID that will have the existing here dot it will be underscore ID, that is the MongoDB ID. Then we are gonna set here the update, and now inside this we are gonna pass here the new, it will become true here. So the updated will be storing the new, and run the validators here, it will become true here. So now it will store the updated invoice over here, and now type here if the updated doesn't happen, in that case just return the response.status, and the status here it will be 500.json method, and inside this just type here again the success here, it will become false, and then the message here it will say that is failed to update the invoice here. So if the updation failed, then it will show you this error. Then return the response.status, this time it will be 200.json method, and the success here it will become true here, and then the message here the message will show that is invoice updated successfully here. So the invoice will be getting updated using the ID here, and the data will be storing the updated here. Let me just put a comma here, and now after this, let's go and let's copy the catch block here from the GitHub and just update the catch block over here. Now, after this, we have completed the update also, the update function to update the particular invoice using the ID here. So now let's delete an invoice. If the user wants to delete an invoice, then type here export an async function and type here the name of the function will be delete invoice, take request, response, and inside this create a try catch block here. Now again here for this we have to first get the user ID, that whosoever user wants to delete, it will be shown here. So now after getting the user ID, that is coming from the get auth, now type here, let me just scroll up, and this time let's just copy these lines from over here, and let's copy these lines and now paste it after here. Now remove the body from here, and now here again we are getting the query here, that is coming from our, either it can be ID of that user ID or it can be invoice number, as both of them are unique. Then found is equals to find one, and we are gonna find using the query here. Now after this, type here if the found, that is if the invoice is not found, in that case just return a response.status, and the status here, let me just type a status, and the status will be 404.json method, and inside this pass here the success here, it will become false, and then let me just type here the message here, and the message here it will say that an invoice is not found using the ID as well as the invoice number. Now type here await, and inside this await type here invoice.delete1. So here we are gonna delete it using the underscore ID, and it will store the found._ID. Now type here a return and return the response.status. Let me just type a status, and it will be 200.json method, and inside this type here the success here, it will become true, and the message here it will say that is invoice deleted successfully here. So the invoice will be deleted successfully over here. And now for the catch block here, let me just copy the catch block from over here, and let's update the catch block over here, and this time just change the name to delete invoice error here. Now, so by this we have completed the invoice controller over here. We also need to type here import path. So for path is for the image. We can remove the image from the uploads folder if the invoice gets deleted over here, and this invoice, the path is getting used over here. Now, so now by this we have completed the invoice controller. So now let's go to our routes and let's create our invoice router.js file, and inside this type a import express, that is coming from our Express package. Now inside this, let me just go to our server.js and let's copy the import middleware statement, and inside this paste it here. Now after this type here const invoice router is equals to express.router, and now type here invoice router dot, here we are gonna use our Clerk middleware for the user authentication, as everything requires the user. So type here invoice router dot get method, and we are gonna get it on slash, and the get invoices function will be called over here. That is coming let me just cut this from here and paste it above, and that is coming from our invoice controller.js package. Now after this, let's type here invoice router dot again the get method, and it will be done on slash ID, that it will be calling the function as get invoice by ID here. Then invoice router dot again the post method, and here it will be done on, let me just type here the slash, and we are gonna call here the function as create invoice over here. Then invoice router dot again this will be a put method for the updation here, and it will be done on slash ID, and the update invoice function will be called here. Then invoice router dot delete method, again it will be done on slash ID, and the delete invoice function will be called over here. Then we have to export the default the invoice router over here. Now after this we have completed this also, And now let's go to our server.js, and here let's type import the path coming from our path package here. Now, after this, in your routes, first let's type app.use, and here we are going to use the /uploads folder that will be storing the express.static, and inside this pass here the path.join. Let me just type path.join, and here we are gonna pass here the process.cwd, and it will be joining the path with the uploads folder over here. Now, after this, let's type here the app.use, and here we are using the /API/invoice, and here we are gonna call here the function that is the invoice router over here, that is coming from our invoice router.js file here. Now, after this, we have completed this also. So now let's go to our models and let's create our business model.js file here, business profile model.js. And inside this, let's type here import mongoose from our mongoose package. Now type here const, here it will be business profile schema is equals to new mongoose.schema, and inside this, here let's type here the owner. The owner will be coming from our clerk, and the type of the owner here, it will be our string type, and here it will be required as true here. Now also we have to take the index at only a particular user can be registered over here. Then type here the business name, and the type of the business name here, it will be string type. Then it will be required as, it will be true again. And now after this, we are going to take the email. The type of the email here, it will be string type, and the required here, it will be false here. Then also trim here, the trimming of the email will be done, and it will be true, and the lowercase here, let me just type a lowercase here, it will be true here, and then the default here, it will be empty. Now after this, just type here the address, and the type of the it will be string, and required here it will be false, and default here it will be empty. Now let's copy this from here, and now let us type here the phone number and just paste it over here. Then the GST number, it has to be just pasted over here. Now here for the images, here we have to type here the logo URL, and inside this, the type of the it will be string, the required here it will be false, and the default here it will be null. Just copy it, and now just for the stamp URL, just paste it over here, and similar here for the signature URL, that is for the image handling. For this, we have to just paste it over here. Now after this, let's copy this again for the GST, and here let me just type here the signature owner name, and for that we are going to just paste it over here, and similarly the signature owner title here. So for that we have to just paste it over here again. Now after this, just type here the default tax percentage. It has to be, type of the default tax percentage will be number, and then it will be required as, let me type here, it will be required as true, or it can be false here, that is by default it hasn't been taken, and the default here it will be 18 here. Now pass here the timestamp, and inside this timestamp here it will be true here. Now type here const, and inside this the business profile is equals to mongoose dot models, and inside this models type here dot business profile, or it can be mongoose dot models, and inside this model just pass here the business profile, and then pass here the business profile schema here. Now after this, let us export the business profile. So type here export default the business profile over here. Now after writing this much, let me just, so by this we have completed the business profile. Let's go to controllers, and let's create our business profile controller.js file here. And now inside this, type here import, and here we are gonna import the get auth coming from our Clerk Express. Then type here import the business profile coming from our business profile model.js here. Now we have to just copy the backend URL, the API base URL, and paste it over here. Then type here the function that is to file to URL. For that, let's go to our GitHub here, and now inside this business profile controller, just copy this function and paste it over here. Here again, we are just mapping the files to our URL that is coming from the logo, the stamp, as well as the signature that is coming from our uploads folder with the file name here. Now, for the signature also, it is coming over here. Now, after this, let us create the function that is to create a business profile here, so that a particular user can create his own profile. So create an export and async function, and the name of the function here, it will be create business profile, take request comma response. And now inside this, create a try catch block here. Now inside this try block, let's type here const, take here the user ID that is coming from our get auth function, and it will be coming from the request. And then type here if the user ID, that is the, if the user, let me just type here, if the user ID is not found, then just return a response.status, and the status here, it will be 401.json method, and inside this, the success here, it will become false, and the message here, it will say that is the authentication required here. Now after this, let me just go and type here const body is equals to, it will be coming from the request.body, or it will be empty. Now type here const file URLs is equals to upload files URLs to URL, and pass here the request here. Then type here, let's go to our GitHub and let's copy this profile here and paste it over here. So here for the profile, for the new business profile, we will be taking here the owner ID, that is the user ID here. Then we will be taking the business name, then we will be taking the email, then we will be taking the address, then the phone number, then the GST number, then the logo, then the stamp logo, then the signature URL, then the signature owner name here, and the signature title with the default tax percentage. If not present, it will be 18 here, as it is false in the models here. So now type here const saved is equals to, here it will be an await keyword, and type here profile.save method, and we are gonna save it here. Then type here return, and it will return a response.status, and the status here, it will be 201.json method, and the success here, it will become here true, and the data will be saved. So the data will be saving the saved here, and then the message will be shown, and the message will show that is the business profile created successfully over here. Now, if in case of any error, just make it err and type a console dot, let me just change it to console.log. It will be create business profile error, and now inside this, pass here the err here. Now type here a return, it will be response.status, and inside this, pass here the 500.json method, and the success here, it will become false, and then the message here, it will say that is the server error. Now after this, we have completed our create business profile function. So now let me just scroll down here, and now after this, type here to update and business profile, to update the business profile here, type here the export and async function, and then the name of the function here, it will be update business profile, take request comma response, and now inside this, create a try catch block here. Now inside this try block, let's go first, let's copy this user, as the user has to be required here for the business profile updation also, that it will be authenticated that a particular user is updating his own profile. Then type here const id is equals to, it will be coming from request.params. Then again we have to scroll up, and let us just copy these two lines over here and now paste it over here. Now after pasting it, just type here const existing. If the user is existing, it will be checking using the business profile dot find. So here we are, let me just type here find by id, and we are gonna find it using the id. Then if the user is not existing, that means the user is not created, so we have to create that, but it will return a response.status as 404, as the user is not already existing. So the success here, it will say it is false, and then the message here, it will show that is business profile not found. That is, the user is not getting existing here. Now, by this we have checked this also. Now type here if the existing dot owner, that is the existing owner dot toString, here pass here this is not equals to, if the existing owner is not equals to the user ID, then it will again return a response dot status, that it means that is the business profile is not yours. It means that. So just the success here, it will become false here, and then the message here, it will say that is you are forbidden, that is the not your profile. So you are not the owner of that profile. So it will show you this error using the user ID and the owner ID will be matched here. Now type here const update, and inside this update, let's go to our GitHub and just copy these lines here and paste it over here. So now it will show you that is the if the business profile is not equals to undefined, that is it is not filled, that is it is filled, then it will just update the addresses, the phone number, the GST number, the email, the business name, the logos, and if the logo is found, it will be updating the logo. Else if it will be not undefined, then it will be just creating the logo first time. So this will be all for each of them. First it will check that it is present, then it will update. If it is not present, then it will create the new here. So this is the updation we are doing this for each of them. Either it is the signature owner, the signature title, and also for the tax, default tax percentage over here. Now after the updation is done, just type here const, here it will be updated is equals to, it will be an await keyword, and pass here the business profile dot, here it will be find by ID and update. So we are gonna update it using the ID, and we are gonna pass here the updated data. Also the new here, it will become true here. Now also we are gonna run the validators here, and it will become true again here. Now after this, the updated will store this, then we have to return a response.status, and the status will be 200.json method, and inside this we are gonna pass here the success here, it will become true, and then the data will be storing the updated here. Now and the message here, it will say that is the profile, that is the business profile updated successfully. Now for the catch block, let me just scroll up and just copy the catch block over here, and all we need to do is just update the catch block over here. Now just change it to, let me just change it to our update business profile error. And now let's go and let's get to my business profile. To get the business profile, just type here export an async function, and inside this pass here the name of the function as get my business profile, take request comma response, and now create a try catch block here. Now inside this try block, let me just scroll up, and here we have to copy this user ID and just paste it over here. So again we require the user ID for the business profile. Then type here a const profile is equals to, it will be an await keyword, type here business profile dot find one. So again we are gonna find it using the owner, and the owner will be storing the user ID here. Dot lean method, and now inside this type here if the business profile, that is the if the profile is not found using the ID, then it will show you a response dot status as 204.json, and inside this the success here, it will become true, and then the message here, it will say that is no profile found using this ID here. Now after this, let me just go and type here return, and it will return a response.status, and the status will be 200.json method, and inside this just pass here the success here, it will become true, and then the data will be storing the profile here, that is the profile is founded over here. Now let's copy the catch block from here and just update the catch block over here, and it will be, let me just change it to get business profile error. So by this we have completed the business profile controller also. So let's go to our routes and let's create our business profile route.js file, and inside this just type here import Express coming from our Express package. Now, after this, type here import, and here we are going to import the multer coming from the multer package here for the image handling. And now type here import, and this time we are going to import the Clerk middleware that is coming from our Express. Now type here const, here it will be business profile router is equals to express dot router here. Now after this, let's type here business profile router dot, it will be used, and here we are going to use the Clerk middleware for the user authentication here. Then type here const storage, that is here we are going to set up the multer here. So type here const storage is equals to multer dot disk storage, and inside this disk we are going to first define the destination here. So for destination we will be taking the request comma file and put a comma and type here the cb and create an arrow function here, and inside this type here cb and pass here the null, and then type here the path, and for this path we have to import the path that is coming from our path package here. Now type here path.join, and here we are going to join here the process.cwd, and then it will be joined with the uploads folder here. Now after this, the destination is this, and then the file name here we have to define here the file name, and the file name will be storing, let me just type here the request comma file comma cb, and now create an arrow function here, and inside this type here const unique, that is the first things, it will be coming from the date.now, then it will add minus, then it will add the math.round, and inside this we are going to pass here the math.random, and it will be generated multiplied with the, let me just type here 1, let me just remove this and type here 1e9 here. Then type here const extension name, that is the ext, is equals to path dot extent name, that is the extension name. It will be file dot original name here for the extension. Then we have to type as cb, and inside this pass here the null and also backtick, and it will be business and pass here the unique name, and then we are going to pass here the extension name here. So by this we will be creating the file name over here. Then type here const upload is equals to multer and pass here the storage over here. Now by this we have completed the setup. Now type here create, for the create route type here business route profile router dot post method, it will be done on slash, and inside this we are going to type here the upload dot fields, and here the fields here it will be, let me just give here the field first, it will be name, and the name will be for the logo name. The max count for this uploading will be 1 image. Then again a name, and it will be stamp name, and the max count for this uploading will be 1. Then again a name, and it will be signature name meta, and again the max count will be 1 over here. Now after this just pass here the function, that is the create business profile, that is coming from our business profile controller.js file here. Now let's scroll down here, and now after this, to update the profile, that is to update, we have to just copy these fields here, and now to update this, let me just copy this. Now type here business profile router dot put method, it will be done on put method, it will be done on slash id, that is on particular invoices, and then we have to paste it over here. Now after this we have to call here the function, that is the update business profile, and then here the business profile router dot get method, it will be done on slash me, and it will show you the profile, that is the get my profile function will be called here. Then we have to export the default, the business profile router over here. Now by this we have completed this router also, and in your server.js let's type here app.use, and here we are gonna use the slash API slash business profile and put a comma and pass here the business profile router over here. So by this we have completed this also, and it has been imported successfully. Now in your routes, let's create the AI invoice router.js file here, and inside this type here import the express that is coming from our Express package. Now after this let's go to our Chrome, and here search for our AI Studio and click on this first link. Now on the bottom left here, let me just click on this get started button, and on the bottom left side, first you have to check on this and click continue. Now on the bottom left you will be able to see the get API key. Click on this, and here you will be getting the key for the Google Gemini that we are going to integrate here. So for that, let's create the API key here. And here first create a project, the new project, the name of the project, in my case it will be invoice. Click on this create project, and now once the project is created, give your name of the key. It can be anything you want. In my case it will be AI INV, and create the key here. Now once the key is set up, just click on this, and here you will be getting the API key over here. Just copy the whole key, and let's go, and inside this .env just type here the Gemini underscore API key and paste it over here. Now after this, let me just close this from here, and now API quick start. Here you will be getting the Gemini quick start here, and to install this, just select the JavaScript and let's copy the import statement, that is the install statement, and paste it in your terminal over here. Now let's go back and let me just close this. So by this we have successfully done the integration, and we have successfully generated the Gemini key here. Now once you have done this, let's go back, and here let me just type here import, and here we are going to import the Google Gen AI coming from our Google Gen AI. Then type here import the .env that is coming from our .env. Then type here .env.config, and then type here const. Here it will be AI invoice router is equals to, here it will be express.router. Now after this, let's type here const. Here it will be our API underscore key is equals to, it will be coming from our process.env. Let me just go to our .env and just copy this, as it has to be same what you have written here, and just paste it over here. Now after this, let's type here if the API key is not present. In that case, just console.warn give the warning to the user, that is no Gemini key found in the .env file here. Now after this, let me just go, and now on the GitHub, on the AI invoice router, and here let me just scroll down and just copy the whole thing from here, and let's go and paste it over here. Now after pasting this much, let me just show you, that is here we are creating this AI using this Gen AI, and these are the models we are going to use for our project here. You can try these models, and then here in the prompt you can give these details, and by these filling these details, the AI will automatically generate the invoice here. So the template will have these invoice number. You can give the issue date here, the due date, then the business name, the business email, the address, the phone number. Then the client will have these details, that is the name, the email, the address, and the phone number. If you give these details to this, the item, the description, the quantity of the item, and the price, the tax percentage, and the notes, it will show you this as a return. And then by this you will be able to get the response here. But just by filling these things, you will be able to get the response over here. Now after this, we are gonna try the generative AI model. So it will be trying a few common possibilities in the order. So we can just generate this using this function. Now after this, just type here AI invoice router dot post method. It will be done on /generate, and here we are gonna pass here the async function, that is it will be taking the request comma response. And now inside this, create an arrow function and type here create a try catch block here. Now in your try block, let's type here if the API key is not found. Again, we are gonna return a response.status. Here the status here, it will be 500.json method, and inside this the success here, let me type here the success here, it will become false, and then the message here, it will say that is the server configuration failed as no key is found in the .env. Now after this, type here const. Here it will be prompt is equals to, it will be coming from the request.body. Then type here if the prompt that is not filled by the user. In that case also, if the prompt is not trim, in that case just return a response.status. Here it will be 400.json method, and inside this just pass here the success here, it will become false, and then the message here, it will say that is the prompt is not filled by the user. That is the prompt is required by the user, either else it will not be working here. Now type here const full prompt is equals to, let me just type here build invoice prompt, and inside this we are gonna pass here the prompt here. So the full prompt will be storing the prompt here. Now let's go to our GitHub again, and here this time let us copy these functions over here, and now let me just paste it over here. Now remove the bracket over here, and now after this let me just remove this return statement here, and now here we are going to take the last error, the last test, and the use model here, that is the model we have used here, and the model will be coming from the try generative AI model here. Then it will be storing these details inside this, and now type here const json text is equals to, here it will be text.slice method, and here we are gonna slice here the first brace, and then we are gonna slice the last brace +1, and then type here let data, then type here a try catch block, and now inside this try block just type here data is equals to, here it will be json.parse method, and inside this pass here the json text. Then in case of any error, that is the parse error, it will be console.error, and the error will be saying that is it is failed to parse the json data that is coming from our AI response. And now we are gonna pass here the parse error. Then inside this we are gonna also pass here the model, and the model here it will be the user model that the user has used. Then the json text will be passed over here. Now just close this bracket right here. Now after this let me just type here a return a response.status, and the status here it will be 502.json method, and inside this the success here it will become false, and then the message here it will say that is the AI returns an invalid JSON format here. Now and also the model here it will be passed here as the user model, that is the user has used, and then the raw will be storing the text here. Now after this let's just return a response.status, and this time the status here it will be 200, that is it has given the response, and the success here it will become true, and then the model, first the model will be passed here as the user model, and then the data that will be storing the response here. Now if in case of any error, just type here console.error, and inside this the error will be console as the, let me just type here AI invoice generation error, and pass here the ERR. Then just type here return a response.status, and here the status here it will be 500.json method, and inside this the success here it will become false, and then the message here it will say that is AI generation failed here. So the generation with the AI model will be failed, and then the details here it will be passing the error dot message, or it can be a string, and inside this pass here the error. Now after this just export. So here we are going to export the default the AI invoice router here. Now let's go to our server.js, and now here let me just use the app.use, and here we are gonna use the API slash AI and pass here the AI invoice router that will be imported from the AI invoice router. So to test these things, we will be creating the front end for the testing here. So let me just close all of this from the top, and let me just close this and this also. And now let's go to our front end, and inside this, first I have to explain you that we have created this. First we have created the new project using the create API, and then we have successfully installed the Google Gen AI SDK for the JavaScript over here. Now once you have done this, you can access your Google AI from this here, and we have also imported this for the JavaScript over here. So this is how we have integrated the Gemini, and also you can read here about the API interactions, and multiple things are given over here. And now let me just close all this, and now let's go back here to the front end, and now in your SRC. Now coming back to your front end, let me open a split terminal here and type a cd front end, and inside this type a npm run dev to start our server, and O and enter to open it on our Chrome browser here. So till now we have installed the Tailwind CSS here. So let me just go back, and we have to make a little bit changes in the backend. So let's go to our invoice model, and now after this client we have to add a item schema also. And inside this, the type of the item schema here, it will be coming from the item schema we have defined above, and the default value for the item schema will be empty array. Now after this, let's go to our server.js here, and inside this course we have to allow the origins. That is, inside this we have to pass here the origin, and the origin value will be the front end value, the front end port, and the credentials here, it will be true here. That is, it will only allow this port to access our server. So now let's go to our .env. We have already created the publishable key here, pasted the publishable key for the Clerk. So now let's here on the Chrome search here for the React router DOM package. Click on this first link, copy this command here, and now in your terminal just paste it over here. Now let me just close this over here, and again npm run dev here, and let's go and just refresh the page here. So now it's working successfully, and now let's go back here, and now in your main.jsx, all we need to do is wrap our app component within the browser router also. So just type here the browser router here, and now just cut the app from here, and now inside this just paste it over here. So now our app will support the browser router here, and also we need to import the browser router that is coming from our React router DOM package here. Now after this, let's go to our app.jsx, and first in your SRC let's create the components folder, and now in your SRC create the pages folder here. Now here in the pages, let's create the home.jsx page here, and inside this type here rafce. Then in your components, let's create the navbar.jsx component, and inside this type here rafce. Now inside this just type here navbar. Now in your home, let's import the navbar here. Now after importing this, let's go to our app.jsx, remove this whole code from here, and open a route stack, and inside this just create a route tag here. The path here, it will be slash, and the element we are gonna render on this, it will be home element that we are gonna render on the home page, that is the slash here. Now let's go back, and now you can see the navbar is present here. So now it is working fine here. So now let's go and let's create our navbar here. So for this, let me just type here import. So here we are gonna import the navbar styles that is coming from our assets slash, here it will be dummy styles here. So now here we are going to use these CSS property for this particular component over here. So let me just close this, and now also we need to import the logo. Let me just type a logo that is coming from, again that is coming from the assets slash, here it will be logo.png. So here we are going to use this logo for our this navbar. So now after this, here let me remove this div here, and inside this create a header tag, and inside this header tag let's give here the class name here. It will be navbar styles dot, here it will be header. Then inside this another div tag, let's give here the class name. It will be navbar styles dot. Here it will be container. Then let's create another nav tag and a class name to this nav. It will be navbar styles dot nav. Then inside this another div tag and a class name. Here it will be navbar styles dot logo section. Now inside this pass here the link tag and the to property. Here it will be taken on slash and the class name to this link tag. Here it will be navbar styles dot logo link. And let me just close this. Now within this link tag create an image tag and source will be logo. In alternate here it will be logo and a class name to this image. Here it will be navbar styles dot. Here it will be logo image. Now after this a span tag and a class name to the span. Here it will be navbar styles dot. It will be logo text and let's give here the text as Invoice AI. Now after writing this one, let's go. And now you can see the Invoice AI with the logo is present here. So now the UI is looking good till now. And let's go back. And now after this link tag, create a div tag and a class name to this div. Here it will be navbar styles dot desktop nav. Now inside this, create an anchor tag and the HRA will be on slash hash features. The class name to this anchor tag, it will be navbar styles dot. Here it will be nav link. And inside this anchor tag, just type here features. Now, after this, just copy the anchor tag here and paste it again. And this time, just change it to hashtag pricing. And here it will be changed to pricing here. And the link tag here, it will be changed to nav link inactive. So now you can see both of them are present here. And let's go back here. Now, after this div, create another div tag and let's give here the class name. Here it will be flex, then item will be in center, then the gap of 4. Now inside this another div tag and a class name to this div. Here it will be navbar styles dot. It will be auth section. Now inside this pass here the first. Let me just scroll up and here let me just define the states here. So first we have to type a const open comma set open is equals to a use state hook and the initial value here it will be false for this. Then type a const profile open comma set profile open is equals to a use state hook and this time the value will be false again. Then type a const and inside this type a user that is coming from our use user that will be imported by the Clerk React and this use user will give you the user that has been logged in here. Then type a const get token. Let me just type here get token here comma set comma is signed in is equals to here it will be coming from our use auth function that is the use auth hook that is coming from our Clerk again. So it will give you the token as well as the is sign in will be checked through it. Then the const Clerk will be using the use Clerk here. Now type here const navigate is equals to use navigate hook that is coming from our React router DOM package and const profile reference is equals to it will be using the use ref hook and the initial value here it will be null here. Now then type here const token underscore key is equals to pass here the token here. Now after writing this much, let me just scroll down and just type here that is the sign out that is coming from our React Clerk. Then a button tag and the on click property here and pass here the open sign in and a class name to this button tag. It will be navbar styles dot sign in button. Now the type of this it will be a button here. Now inside this button let's type here sign in. Now let's go. Okay, so we have to define here the open sign in because it's a function here. We haven't defined it here. So for that, let me just go and type here. Let me just type here to open the login model. Just type here function open sign in and inside this, let's create a try catch block here. And now inside the try block, just type here if the clerk and the type of clerk dot open sign in is equals to if it is a function. In that case, what will happen? That is the clerk dot open sign in and it will open the sign in model of the clerk. Then in else case, it will just navigate us to, it will be gonna navigate us to on slash login here. Now, in case of any error, just pass here the E as an error and just type here console.error. And here we are going to pass here the open sign in field, and we are going to pass here the error, that is E, and then it will navigate us to /login here. Now after this, now it is working fine. So you can see the sign in model, and once click it will open the Clerk sign in model here. So now let me just close this, and now after this we have to also copy this just to open the sign up model also. So just copy and paste it here to open the sign up model. So let me just paste it after this, and here we have to change the name, that is the sign up. Here it will be the open sign up, and then here it will be clerk.open sign up model, and here it will sign up route, and here we have to change the sign up route, and inside this we have to change it to up. Now after writing this much, all we need to create a button tag here, and then pass here the on click property. It will be open sign up, then the class name to this button tag, here it will be our Navbar styles dot sign up button. Then the type of this button here, it will be button type. Now after this, just create a div tag and a class name to this div. Here it will be Navbar styles dot, it will be sign up overlay. Now create a span tag, and inside this a class name. Here it will be Navbar styles dot sign up text, and inside this just give the text as get started here. Now let's go back here, and now you can see the get started button is present over here. Now once click, it will open you the create your account, and you can sign in using the sign in button. Now after this, let me just go back and on the GitHub, and in your src here, in your components, inside the navbar.jsx, here you have to copy this svg here, and after copying the svg, now after this just paste it after the span tag, just paste it over here. Now once you have pasted it, now you can see the svg, the icon is present over here. So now let's go back here, and now after this we are gonna create here the mobile toggle menu, that is. So for that, let's create a button tag here, and let's give here the on click property here, and create an arrow function, and type here set open. Here it will be not open here. Then give class name to this button tag. It will be Navbar styles dot, here it will be mobile menu button. Then create a div tag. Let's give here the class name to this div. It will be Navbar styles dot, here it will be mobile. Let me just type here mobile menu icon, and inside this create a span tag. And now inside this span tag, let's give here the class name. Here it will be backtick, and pass here the Navbar styles dot, here it will be mobile menu line 1, and inside this just pass here the open. If it is open, then it will be Navbar styles dot mobile menu line 1 open. In else case, it will be Navbar styles dot mobile menu line 1 closed. So after this, let me just copy the span tag here, and we have to paste it 2 times. This time just change the value to 2 for each of them, that is, it will be line 2 open and line 2 closed. Similarly for this one, just change it to 3, then the line 3 open, and then the line 3 closed here. Now after writing this much, let me just type here a div tag and a class name to this div. Here it will be backtick, and type here open. If it is open, then it will be blocked. In else case, it will be hidden here. Now after this, just pass here the Navbar styles dot, here it will be mobile menu. And now let me just type here, that is the another div tag and a class name to this div. Here it will be Navbar styles dot, it will be mobile menu container. Then inside this anchor tag, it will be taken to hashtag features, and a class name here it will say, that is the Navbar styles dot, here it will be mobile nav link, and inside this just pass here the features here. Now after this, let's copy the anchor tag here and just paste it again. Change this time, it will be changed to pricing here, hashtag pricing, and it will be changed to pricing here. Let me just type here pricing. And now after this, let me just go and create a div tag here, and before creating it, let me just go and show you, that is the 3 lines are present here, and now once you toggle, it shows that is pricing and features are present over here. So now, after this, let's give here the class name to this div. Here it will be Navbar styles dot, it will be mobile auth section. Then pass here the sign out, and now our button tag inside this, it will be, let me just type here on click, it will be open sign in, and then let's give here the class name here, it will be Navbar styles dot, it will be mobile, let me just type a mobile sign in. Then pass here the sign in here. Now let's copy the button tag over here, and after this just paste it over here. This time it will be changed to sign up model, that it will opening the sign up model, and here it will be get started button will be present here. Now after writing this much, we have completed the navbar here. So now we have to use the use state hook, that is to generate the token here. So first we have to create the token here, and it will be stored in the local storage. If it is not present, it will refresh, that is if it will force refresh to find the token here. So for that, let's type a const fetch and store token is equals to a use callback hook, and inside this it will be an async function, and create an arrow function here and create a try catch block here. And now inside this try block, let's type a if the get token is not found, in that case just return null, that it will return nothing. Then type a const token is equals to, here it will be an await keyword, it will be getting from the get token, and in case of any error it will catch it and type here null here. Now type here if the token is founded, in that case what will happen, we are gonna create a try block, and inside this just local storage will set the item. So in the local storage we are gonna save the token key, and the token will be passed there. Then we are gonna console.log the token here, so that it can be visible on the console here. And in the catch block here we are gonna pass the error, and we are gonna ignore, that is we are gonna ignore any error that will occur during the process of the token here. Then we are gonna return the token. Then in case of else, that is if the token is not found, then it will return null, that is the token is not found. Then the catch block here, if in case of catch block, just return null, that is in case of any error it will return null, and it will be done for the get token here. Now after this we have to keep the token in the sync with the clerk auth state. So for that, create a use effect hook, and inside this create an arrow function here, and inside this just type a let mounted is equals to, it will be true. Then type here async and create an arrow function here, and inside this type here if the is signed in, that is user is signed in that case just type here const t is equals to await fetch and store token, and inside this just pass the template as default here. Now after this, in case of any error, that is we are gonna catch here the error and create an arrow function, and it will be null here. Now after this, let me just scroll down and type here if not found the token, that is if the t is not found and the mounted is happening, in that case just await fetch and store token, and inside this again we are gonna force refresh, that is it will refresh the page again and it will find the token, and in case of something went wrong it will return null here. Now after returning the null, we have to type here else case. Again in the else case create a try block, and inside this we have to type here the local storage dot remove item, that is it will remove the token from the local storage, and if something went wrong it will just catch that error and it will return nothing. Now after this we are gonna return here and create an arrow function here, and inside this just type here mounted is equals to false here. Now after this we have to close this here, and let me just remove this here, and now after this let me just close this bracket over here, and we have to add a bracket over here, as it has for formatting it has removed the bracket over there. Let me just remove this from here. Now it's working fine. Now inside this all we need to pass here the is sign in and also the user as well as the fetch and store token here. Now after this we have to create a function, that is the after successful login it will redirect us to dashboard, that is the app with the dashboard here. So again a use effect hook and type here if the user is signed in that case just type here const path name is equals to, it will be window dot location dot, it will be the path name, or it will be, let me just pass here the slash, then type here if the path name is equals to, it will be the slash login, or it can be the path name is equals to, it can be slash sign up. That is, if any of these routes are here, then path name dot here it will be starts with, if it starts with here on the slash auth, or it can be path name is equals to slash, that is the home page, then in that case what will happen, it will just navigate us to, that is the slash app slash dashboard. If we are on any of these routes and we have successfully signed in, then it will automatically redirect us to slash app slash dashboard over here. So now let me just go and copy the use effect hook from the GitHub link and paste it after this here. So now it will just close the menu once we click outside. So by this we have completed the Navbar successfully. And now here let me just check this. So if I sign up with, because I haven't created the account, so I am signing up here, and it will ask you for the human verification. Now let me just select the ID. And now once you get signed in, it will show you that is you are redirected to slash app slash dashboard, and the token is generated on the console over here. Also in your local storage, I have created, so you can see there is a token that is present over here. This token is present over here and it is generated over here. So let me just clear this and close this here. Now it shows that is no route matches this path name. So for this, let's go to our app.jsx, and here first we have to pass here this, that is the user must be logged in to reach this type. So for that much we have to type here function, we have to create this protected function. So type here const clerk protected is equals to, and pass here the children over here, and now create an arrow function here, and inside this create empty fragments, and inside this just type here signed in. If the user is signed in, we are gonna pass here the children's here. Also we are gonna type here that is the sign out button, and inside this pass here the, let me just type here redirect to sign in here. So it will redirect to sign in. If we click, if we are logged in, it will redirect to sign in here. Then type here path will be done on slash app, and the element we are gonna render. So for that we have to create a component that will be naming as the app shell here, app shell.jsx, and type here rafs. Let me just type here rafce, and now let's go to our, and type here app, and let's go to our app, and inside this element we are gonna pass here the element that is the app shell. Let me, inside this the protected clerk, so it must be protected inside this, and let's close the route tag here. And now inside this we are gonna create the route again, and inside the index we are gonna pass here the element, and for that we have to create a dashboard page here in the pages.jsx here, and type here rafce, and now type here dashboard. Then in your app we are gonna render the element. So now the element will redirect us to, and the path here for this index here it will be dashboard, and the element here it will be again the dashboard element. So now the path will be on slash app slash dashboard for this route here, and we have to keep it in a div. So give a class name that is min height screen, then the max width will be full, and also the overflow here will be hidden for the x-axis, and paste it over here. So now let's go and refresh the page here. So now it shows nothing over here. So let me just close this here, and here now I'm not able to see because we have used the wrong bracket here. So just close this bracket with this bracket, and now if you go back, now you can see the app is present here. On the left side you can see it is present here. So now let's go back to our app shell over here, and let me just create the app shell. So for that let me remove the app here, and now type here import the app shell styles that is coming from our dummy styles, and here we are going to use these CSS property for our this particular component. Now let's close this, and also we have to import the logo here that is coming from our asset slash, it will be logo.png. Now here we are going to use again this logo we are going to use here. Now after this, here let's give here the class name to this div tag. Here it will be app shell styles dot, it will be root. Then create another div tag. Let's give here the class name to this div. It will be app shell styles dot, here it will be layout. Then inside this, here we are gonna create the sidebar first. So for that, create a side tag, and inside this, let's give here the class name to this tag. It will be backtick, pass here the app shell styles dot, it will be sidebar, and inside this, here again we have to first type here the const, the navigate is equals to use navigate hook that is coming from our React router DOM. Then type here const, here it will be sign out is equals to our use clerk that is coming from our Clerk React, and then type here const user is equals to use user that is coming from our Clerk React again. Now type here const, here we are gonna define here the state that is the mobile open, comma set mobile open is equals to a use state hook, and the value here it will be false here. Then type here const, here it will be our collapsed, comma set collapsed is equals to a use state hook, and the value here it will be an arrow function. And inside this, create a try catch block, and in your try block just type here return, it will be local storage dot, here it will be get item, and here we are gonna fetch here the item as that is sidebar collapsed is equals to, it will become true here. Now in else case, here we are gonna return that is false here, and we have to remove there will be no error here. Then type here again a const, and inside this we are gonna pass here the scrolled, comma set scrolled is equals to a use state hook, and the value will be false here. Then const, and inside this type here is mobile, comma set is mobile is equals to a use state hook, and the initial value here it will be false. Now after this, here we have to just pass here that is collapsed. If it is collapsed, then it will be app shell styles dot sidebar collapsed. In else case, here it will be app shell styles dot sidebar expanded. Now within the aside tag, we have to type here a div tag and a class name to this div. Here it will be app shell styles dot sidebar gradient. And now after this div, create another div tag, and inside this let's give here the class name. Here it will be app shell styles dot sidebar container. Then inside this another div tag and another div tag and class name to this particular div. Here it will be backtick, and pass here that is the app shell dot, here it will be local logo container, and inside this pass here the collapsed. If it is collapsed, then it will be app shell styles dot logo container collapsed. In else case, it will be empty. Then pass here the link tag, and inside this, let me just type here inside this link tag, let's give here the to property here that is the taken on slash, and a class name to this link, it will be app shell styles dot, it will be logo linked, and inside this a div tag and a class name to this div, it will be position will be relative, and a image tag. In source here it will be logo, then alternate here it will be logo, and a class name to this image tag here, let me type here the app shell styles dot logo image. Now let's go. Now you can see the logo is present here on the left side for the sidebar. Now after this, let's create another div tag and a class name to this div. It will be position will be absolute, insert 0, then here the rounded will be large, and blur will be small, and here the group hover we have to type here the blur will be MD. Then the transition will be, let me just type here transition all, and the duration here it will be 300. Now we have to close the div right here. Now after closing this, we have to pass here if it is not collapsed, and in that case what will be showing, that is a div tag, and inside this a class name to this div, it will be app shell styles dot logo text container, and inside the span tag and a class name to the span, it will be app shell styles dot logo text. And now inside this pass here the logo as Invoice AI. Now after this a div tag and a class name to this div, it will be app shell styles dot logo underline. Now after this, let's go back, and once you hover, the underline is coming here. And now after this, let's go back, Now, after this, let's type here if it is not collapsed, and in that case, just create a button tag here, and let's give here the on-click property over here, and that will be toggle sidebar, and a class name to this button tag. Here it will be app shell size dot collapse button. Now, inside this, first let me just go to our GitHub here, and here in your app shell.jsx, here let me just copy this, all the use effect hook that is present here. Let me just copy all them, and let me just scroll up, and now after this we have to just paste it here. Let me scroll up. First we have to import the use effect hook, and now it will check the screen size. If it is less than 1024, then it will just don't collapse the sidebar, that is the side menu. Now then it will just set the item in the local storage, that is the sidebar collapse. If it is collapsed, it will be true. If it is not collapsed, it will be false here. Now after this, it will be setting the value in the local storage. Now after this, if the menu in this mobile menu, then it will be hidden. In else case, it will be showing here. Then for this, the scroll effect, if the menu goes below the 10, then it will hide the navbar here, that will be created over here. Then to toggle our sidebar, just create a function that is const toggle sidebar is equals to, and create an arrow function here, and just type here that is the set. Let me just type here set collapse. Here it will be not collapsed over here. Now after this, here we are gonna pass here the icons here, that is also given here in the form of SVGs. So just copy the icon till this, just copy it from here and just paste it over here. Now here you have to import the nav link, and this is the icons we have used here. These are the icon, that is the dashboard icon, the invoice icon, then the create icon here, then also the profile icon and the logout icon here, then the collapse icon over here, and the side link here. So now let me just scroll down, and now inside this just pass here that is the collapse icon, and inside this pass here the collapse will be collapsed over here. And let's close this, and now let's go and let's check. So now the collapse is working fine, and for the mobile view you will be able to see once we create the something for the mobile view over here. Once it gets collapsed, we can't bring it back, so for that we have to write the functionality. So for that, let's type here that is the for navigations. First we have to type here the navigation. So for that, let me just go and copy the nav tag over here from the GitHub and paste it over here. Now once you have pasted this, these are the routes and the icons are present here. So on the UI, once you click, it will take you to that particular page. So this all is working fine here. Now to toggle it back, now let's create a div tag here and a class name to this div. Here it will be app shell styles dot user section, and inside this another div tag and a class name to this div. It will be backtick and pass here the app shell styles dot user divider, and inside this we have to type here collapsed. If it is collapsed, in that case it will be app shell styles dot user divider collapse. In else case it will be app shell styles dot user divider expanded. Now after writing this much, now type here that is if it is not collapsed, and if it is not, in that case just create a button tag and on click property. Here it will be logout and a class name to this button tag. Here it will be app shell styles dot logo link logout button, and inside this just pass here the logout icon and a class name. Here it will be app shell styles dot, here it will be logout icon here, then a span tag and just type a logout here. Now in else case, if it is collapsed, in that case just create a button tag and a on click property. It will be again logout and a class name to this logout button will be passed as width will be full. It will be flex and item center, then the justify center and the padding will be 3, then the rounded will be XL and the text rate 600, and type a hover. The BG rate will be 50 here, and the hover again it will be shadow will be medium, then the transition here it will be all, and the duration here it will be 300. Now after writing this much, just pass here the logout icon again and a class name to it. It will be width will be 5 and height will be 5. Hover scale 1, let me just type here 110, and now type here transition transform and let's close this. Now let's go back, and we are not seeing anything because we haven't defined here the logout, that is, so for that we have to scroll up here. And now after writing this, we have to type here the logout function here that we are gonna create. So for that, type here const logout is equals to an async function and create an arrow function here, and inside this create a try and catch block. In your try block, just type here await keyword. Here it will be sign out, that is coming from our clerk, and just console.log here, that is the console.warn, and here we are gonna get the warning as that is the sign out error, and here it will pass the error here. Now it will also navigate us to on our /login. Now after this, let's go, and here let me refresh it here. So now again we have to first create the toggle menu for the menu to collapse and show again. So for that, let me just create a div tag here and a class name to this div. Here it will be our app shell styles dot, here it will be collapse section, then a button tag here, and let's give here the on click property here, it will be our toggle sidebar, and a class name to this button tag here, it will be backtick, and type a app shell styles dot collapse button inner, and then inside this check if it is collapsed. In that case, what will happen, that is the app shell styles dot collapse button collapse. In else case, it will be empty. Now inside this button tag, let's give here the if it is not collapsed, in that case, and in that case what will happen, that is a span tag, and let me just type here the span, and here let's pass here the collapse. If it is, then it will be expand. In else case here, it will be collapse here. And let me just close this here, and now let's give here the collapse icon, and the collapse here will be passed as the collapse over here. So now you can see this toggle menu is present here, and so now this is the sidebar. If I log out here, you will be able to go to your home page here. If you sign in again from here, let me sign in here. Now you are redirected to your app shell here. So the collapse menu is working fine. Let's go back here, and now after the aside tag, we have to create this for the mobile view. So for that, let's create a mobile open. If it is in mobile open, then create a div tag, and let's give here the class name. Here it will be app shell styles dot, it will be mobile overlay. Then another div tag and a class name to this div, it will be app shell styles dot, here it will be mobile, let me just type here mobile backdrop, and a on click property to this div, and create an arrow function and just set mobile open. Here it will become false here. Now inside the div tag, let me just remove the div and let me just close this right here, and then we have to create another div tag, and now inside this div, let me just give here the class name to this div. Here it will be app shell styles dot mobile sidebar, and now inside this create another div tag and a class name to this div. It will be app shell styles dot mobile header, and now inside this a link tag, and inside the link tag give two property here. It will be on slash the class name to this link. Here it will be app shell styles dot mobile logo link, and a class name to this, we have given the class name, just give the on click property here and create an arrow function here inside the on click, and just set the mobile open will become false again. Now here the image tag and the source here, it will be logo. In alt here it will be logo, and a class name to this image tag, it will be app shell styles dot mobile logo image. Now after writing this much, let me just create a span tag here, and inside the span tag, let's give here the class name to the span. It will be app shell styles dot mobile logo text, and just pass here the text as Invoice AI. Now after writing this much, let me just go to our mobile menu. Okay, we haven't created the toggle menu yet, so first we have to create the toggle menu here. So for that, let me create a button tag here, and here the on click property here, it will be, let me just create an arrow function inside this, and let me just type here, that is the set mobile menu will become false, and a class name to this button tag, it will say app shell styles dot mobile close button. Now inside this, just pass here, that is the, let me just go to our GitHub, and here let me just scroll down, and here after this we have to copy the SVG for the sidebar and just paste it over here. Now once you have pasted this, now we have to create the our, let me just type here, the navigations for our mobile menu. So for that, let me just copy the nav tag present over here, and now once you have copied the nav tag, just paste it over here. We have already imported the nav link, so no need to for that. So just create a div tag and a class name to this div. It will be app shell styles dot, here it will be mobile logout section, and then a button tag to this, it will be on click property, and let's create an arrow function here and just type as set mobile open will become false here. Now also just pass here the logout here, and now inside this let's give here the class name to this button tag. It will be app shell styles dot, it will be mobile logout button, and inside this just pass here the logout icon, and also just pass the logout here. Now once you have done this much, let me just go, and now after this let's create our main content section where we are gonna show the dashboard and create and multiple things. So just create a div tag here and a class name to this div. It will be flex 1, and then the min width will be 0. Then inside this a header tag, and now inside this header tag let's create a class name here. It will be backtick, pass here the app shell styles dot, here it will be header, and then inside this type here scrolled. If you are scrolled, then the app shell styles dot header scrolled. In else case it will be app shell styles dot header not scrolled here. Now inside this create another div tag and a class name to this div. It will be app shell styles dot header top section. Then another div tag and a class name to this div. It will be app shell styles dot, it will be header content, and inside this we have to create a button tag here, and then on click property and create an arrow function here, and it will be set mobile open, here it will be true here, and a class name to this button, it will be app shell styles dot mobile menu button. Then just go, and here we have to copy the SVG from the GitHub and we have to paste it over here. Now once you have pasted this, now after this button tag just type here, if it is not mobile, then in that case create a button tag, and inside this let's give here the on click property, and inside this pass here the toggle sidebar. Then the class name to this button, it will be app shell styles dot, it will be desktop collapse button, and now we are gonna pass here the collapse icon with the collapse passed as collapsed here. Now after this let's go, and now you can check, that is this side menu is present for the mobile view, and now it is working fine here. So now let me just close this, and now after this let's create a div tag and a class name to this div. Here it will be app shell styles dot welcome container. Then create a h2 tag and a class name to this heading tag. It will be app shell styles dot welcome title, and inside this just type here welcome back, and now we have to give the space here, and then after giving the space we have to create a span tag, and let's give here the class name to the span. It will be app shell styles dot welcome name, and here we are gonna pass here the first name, and first name will be the function. So for the first name let's go above, and we have to create this. So the display name we are gonna create here, the display name helpers. So just copy the display name helper that is given on the GitHub here, and now let us copy these things and let me just paste it here. So here you will be getting the displayed name that is coming from the user, that will have the user's full name, and it will also contain the first name of the user, the last name of the user. This is all for the navbar we are creating. In the app shell we will be creating the sidebar as well as the navbar, and the first name will be getting the first character of that particular name, and the initials here it will be giving you the first character of in the uppercase here. Now after scrolling down, now let's go to our Chrome, and now it shows that is welcome back hexagon, as the first name for this was hexagon. Now after this create a paragraph tag and a class name. Here it will be app shell styles dot welcome subtitle, and inside this just type here the paragraph that is ready to create amazing invoices. Now After this, create another div tag and let's give here the class name. It will be app shell styles dot, it will be header action. Then create a button tag here and let's give here the on click property. Here create an arrow function here and inside this just type a navigate and it will navigate us to particular, that is the /app/create invoice here. And now inside this let's give the class name to this button tag. It will be app shell styles dot CTA button. And inside this just pass here the create icon with the class name as app shell styles dot, it will be CTA icon. Now create a span tag and a class name to the span, it will be hidden. Then for extra small screen it will be inline, let me just type here inline and then inside this just type here create invoice here. Now again a span tag and let's give the class name as for extra small screen, here it will be hidden. And now inside this just type here create here. Now let's go and let's see. So a create button is present here and once click it takes us to that particular page here. Now let's go back here and now after this create a div tag here and let's give the class name. Here it will be app shell styles dot, let me just type here user section desktop and a class name to this div. Here it will be app shell styles dot user info and inside this create a div tag and let's give the class name to this div. It will be app shell styles dot and it will be username and inside this just pass here the display name here. Now after this create a div tag and a class name. It will be app shell styles dot user email and just pass here the email, that is the user, and if it is present then it will show you the email here. Now you can see the username is present here. Now let's go back here and now after this div let's create another div tag and a class name to this div. It will be app shell styles dot, here it will be user avatar container and inside this another div and a class name. Here it will be app shell styles dot user avatar and let's pass here, let me just pass here the initials here. And now after passing this create a div tag and let's close the div right here and a class name to this div. Here it will be app shell styles dot user avatar border. Now after this let's go. So it shows the initial, that is HS, the first name and the last name initials are present here. Now after this let me just create a div tag here and a class name to this div. Here it will be app shell styles dot, just type here, that is the user, let me just type here the user status and inside this pass here this status. Then a main tag and inside this main tag just give here the class name. Here it will be app shell styles dot main and then create a div tag and a class name to this div. Here it will be app shell styles dot main container. Then inside this pass here the outlet, that is coming from our React router DOM package here. And by this we have completed the app shell component here and the outlet is coming from the React router DOM here. So now let's go and now you can see the dashboard is present here by using the outlet. And now let me just go back to our VS Code. Let's go to our dashboard page and let me just type here the dashboard over here. And now let's go back and check. So now the dashboard gets changed here using the outlet here. And if I log out here, so it will take us to that particular home page. So now let's go. We have already created the Navbar. So let's create another section, that is the hero.jsx. Type here RAFCE and in your hero just type a hero and we have to wrap it inside this. So for that let's create a main tag in the home.jsx and a class name here and let's call the hero here, the hero component here. And now let's go and now let me just go and let's create our hero here. So for that let me just type here import. So here we are going to import the hero styles coming from our dummy styles. So here we are going to use the CSS property for our this particular component over here. So let me just close this and now after this, now let's remove this div and inside this let's create a section tag here and inside this pass here the class name and it will be hero styles dot, it will be our section. Then inside this create a div tag and a class name to this div. Here it will be hero styles dot, it will be bg element 1 and let me just remove this and copy the div here and paste it 2 times here. Now change this element to 2 and this one to 3 here. Now after this let's create another div tag and a class name. Here it will be, let me just type here the hero styles dot, here it will be grid pattern. And now after this, create a div tag and a class name to this div. Here it will be hero styles dot container. Then inside this our div and a class name to this particular div. Here it will be hero styles dot grid. Now our div and a class name to this div. Here it will be hero styles dot, here it will be content. Now inside this, create another div tag and a class name to this div. Here it will be hero styles dot content inner. And inside this, create another div tag and a class name to this div. Here it will be hero styles dot, it will be badge. And inside this badge, we have to create another div and a class name to this div. Here it will be hero styles dot, here it will be, let me just type here badge dot. And now after this, create a span tag and a class name to the span. Here it will be hero styles dot, here it will be batch text. And inside this, let's give the text as AI powered invoicing platform. Now let's go and see. So now you can see the AI powered invoicing platform is present on the UI. Now after this span, after this div, let's create our main content, that is the main heading. So for that, let's create the h1 tag, and inside this, let's give here the class name to this heading tag. Here it will be hero styles dot, it will be heading, and let's give here the heading as a span tag first and a class name. Here it will be hero styles dot, here it will be heading line 1, and inside this, just type here professional. Then after this, a br tag and then a span tag. Here it will be hero styles dot heading line 2, and inside this, just type here, that is invoices. Then a break tag and then the class name. Here it will be hero styles dot hero heading line 3, and inside this, just pass here the line as in seconds. So professional invoice in seconds here. So now you can see this is visible on the UI. Now let's go back to our VS Code, and now after this, create a paragraph tag and let's go to our GitHub. Inside the hero.jsx, just copy the paragraph over here and just paste it over this. Now once you have pasted this, now let's create our CTA button, and inside this, let's create a div tag and a class name to this div. Here it will be hero styles dot, here it will be CTA container. Then inside this, pass here, that is the sign in, that will be coming from the Clerk React, and a button tag, the type of the button. Here it will be button type. Then let's give here the on click property. Here it will be handle sign in primary, and a class name to this button tag. Here it will be hero styles dot, it will be our preview. Let me just type here, that is the primary button. And now inside this, create a div tag and a class name. Here it will be hero styles dot, it will be our primary button overlay. Now after this, a span tag and a class name to the span. Here it will be hero styles dot, here it will be primary button text, and let's give here the start creating for free. So now after writing this much, now you can see on your UI, okay, we have to define here this function, that is the handle sign in primary. So let's go to top, and here let me just type a const, and here we are gonna type a navigate is equals to use navigate hook, that will be coming from React router DOM. Then type here const clerk is equals to use clerk, that is coming from our Clerk React here. Then type here const, and let's paste the function that we have copied and create an arrow function here, and then type here navigate, and it will navigate us to /app/create invoice here. Now after writing this much, we have to also create a const here, and inside this, just type a handle sign out primary is equals to and create an arrow function, and inside this, create a try catch block, and in your try, just type here if clerk and that is the type of clerk dot open sign up is equals to, here it will be a function. In that case, it will just type here clerk dot open sign up here. So here we are gonna open the sign up here, and in case of any error, just type here the console.error, and here we are gonna pass here, that is failed to open clerk sign up model, and we are gonna pass here the error here. Now let's go, and now you can see the paragraph is also present here. Now After this, let me just go back, and now after this, let me just go and let's copy the SVG here present on the GitHub and just paste it over here. Now after this, let's create a sign out here, and now inside this sign out, create a button tag here, and the type of the button tag again it will be button. Then on click here, it will be handle sign out primary. Then the class name to this button tag here, it will be hero styles dot, it will be, let me just type here the primary button icon, primary button, and let me just copy this things, and let me just paste it over here, the div tag here with the SVG here. Now once you have pasted this, now you can see that is start creating for free button is coming here, and once click, it take us to sign up here. Now after this, let's create our anchor tag, and it will be on hashtag features. Then let me just give here the class name to this anchor tag. Here it will be hero styles dot, it will be our secondary button, and inside this a span tag, and inside this just type here explore features. Now after this, let me just go to our GitHub again, and again we have to just copy the SVG tag and paste it over here. Now once you have pasted this, let's go, and now you can see the explore feature button is coming over here. Now let me just go back to our VS Code, and now after this, let's create our features section. So here we have to type here a div tag, and let's give here the class name, it will be hero styles dot feature grid. Now inside this, let me just go to our GitHub again, and let me just copy this map function, and here let me just paste it over here. So now inside the map, we are gonna map here the feature with the index. So create a div tag here, and inside this pass here the key as it will be index. Then the class name to this div tag, it will be our hero styles dot, it will be feature item. And now inside this another div tag and a class name, here it will be hero styles dot feature icon. And now inside this just pass here the feature dot icon here. Now once you have done this, another div tag and a class name, here it will be, let me just type here, here it will be hero styles dot, it will be feature text, and inside this pass here another div tag and a class name, here it will be hero styles dot, it will be our feature label, and inside this we are gonna pass here the feature dot label here. Now after this a div, and inside this a class name to this div, it will be hero styles dot feature description, and here let's go, and now you can see the icons with the label are present over here. Now let's go back here, and here let's create our right side of this hero. Now create a div tag and a class name, it will be hero styles dot, here it will be demo column. Then another, let me just create another div tag and a class name to this div, it will be hero styles dot, it will be our demo floating one. And let's copy this div here, and let me just paste it again, just change it to floating 2. Now after this, create another div tag and a class name to this div, here it will be hero styles dot demo container. Then inside this another div tag and a class name to this div, it will be hero styles dot, here it will be demo card. And now inside this another div tag and a class name, here it will be hero styles dot, it will be our card header. And inside this create another div tag and a class name, it will be space from y-axis will be 1. Now another div tag and a class name, here it will be hero styles dot, it will be card logo container. Then create another div tag and a class name, here it will be hero styles dot, it will be card logo. And now inside this just type here AI, then another div tag, and inside this another div, and inside this the class name to this div, here it will be hero styles dot, it will be card client name, and type here the client name, it can be any name you want, it will be this name. Now after this another div tag and a class name, here it will be hero styles dot, it will be our card client GST, and here let's give here the GST number, and it can be any number you want, and this is all the dummy data we are filling. Now after this another div tag and a class name to this div, here it will be hero styles dot, it will be our card invoice info, and another div tag and a class name, here it will be hero styles dot, it will be card invoice label. and inside this just pass the invoice here. Then create another div tag and a class name. Here it will be hero styles dot, it will be card invoice number, and here let's give here the INV, and let's give here number 1024 here. Now another div tag and a class name to this div. Here it will be hero styles dot, it will be card status, and inside this pass here that is the paid status. Now let's go, and now let us copy this here, and now you can see it shows that is these things are present in the card on the right side. Now what we have copied, we have to create a div, and inside this first type here the hero styles dot, it will be items container, and now just paste it here. Now again we are gonna map here the item with the index. So create a div tag here and a class, and the key here it will be index, and a class name to this div here, it will be hero styles dot, it will be item row. Now another div tag and a class name to this div, it will be flex, item center, and gap will be of 3. Now another div tag, and inside this the class name here, it will be hero styles dot, item dot. And now after this div we have to create a span tag and a class name to the span. Here it will be hero styles dot, it will be item description, and inside this pass here the item dot description over here. Now after this we have to create a span and a class name. Here it will be hero styles dot, it will be item amount, and we are gonna pass here the item dot amount over here. Now once you have done this, you can see the amount with the item names are present over here on the UI. Now let's go back, and here now after this let's go to our GitHub, and here we have to copy this div tag and let's paste it over here. So it will just show you the subtotal on the card, that is the subtotal, the GST calculated, and the total amount here. Now after writing this much, create a div tag and let's give the class name to this div. It will be hero styles dot, it will be action buttons. Then inside this the button tag here and a class name to this button tag. Here it will be hero styles dot, it will be our preview button, and here we have to create a span and a class name. Here it will be hero styles dot, it will be our preview button text, and inside this just type here preview. Now after this another button tag, and let's give here the class name to this button tag. Here it will be our hero styles dot, it will be send button, and then a span tag and a class name. It will be hero styles dot, it will be send button text, and inside this just type here send invoice here. Now after this div, let's create another div tag and a class name. Here it will be hero styles dot, it will be our AI indicator. Then another div tag and a class name to this div. Here it will be hero styles dot, it will be AI indicator content, and inside this create another div tag and a class name to this div. Here it will be hero, let me just type a hero styles dot, it will be AI indicator dot. Now after this div, create a span tag and type here AI parsed from, and after this we have to create another span tag and a class name. Here it will be hero styles dot, it will be our AI indicator text, and type here the text as invoice for web design, and the price here it will be 15,000 here. Now once you have done this, create another div tag and a class name to this particular, let me just type here the class name to this particular div here. It will be hero styles dot, it will be our card, let me just type here, that is the corner accent one, and let's copy this one, and now we have to paste it again, and this time it will be accent 2. Now after this create another div tag and a class name. Here it will be hero styles dot, it will be our card background. Then let's create another div tag and a class name. Here it will be hero styles dot, it will be our scroll indicator. Then another div tag and a class name. Here it will be hero styles dot, it will be our scroll container. Then a span tag and a class name to the span. Here it will be our hero, let me just type here the hero styles dot, it will be scroll text, and type here scroll to explore. So once you have written this much, create a div tag and a class name to this div. It will be hero styles dot, it will be scroll bar, and then another div tag and a class name. Here it will be our hero styles dot, it will be our scroll dot. Now after this, by this we have completed the hero.jsx. Now you can see the scroll to explore is also present here, and this is working fine here. So now the UI for the hero is looking nice. and you can see the effects also. Now by this we have completed this, so let's go back, and in your component let's create our features. Let me just type here the features.jsx component and type here RAFCE. Now inside this home we have to type here. After this we have to create a div tag, and inside this the class name here, and now inside this we have to pass here the features. And now let's go to our features, and now here we have to type here import. So here we are gonna import the feature styles coming from our dummy styles, and here we are going to use these CSS property for our this particular component over here. Now after this let's go to our GitHub, and inside the features.jsx here all you need to do is just copy the icons here, and here after this we have to paste it over here. Then let me remove the div tag, and inside this let's create the section tag over here. And now inside this the ID here it will be features, and then the class name to this section tag here it will be our feature styles dot it will be section. Now create a div tag and a class name here it will be feature styles dot it will be our background ball1. Let us copy this div and paste it 2 times here. Now change it to ball2, and the last one will be changed to ball3 here. Now after this let's create a div tag here and a class name to this div. Here it will be feature styles dot here it will be container. Then inside this another div tag and a class name to this div. Here it will be our feature styles dot it will be header container. Then another div tag, and let's give here the class name to this div. Here it will be feature styles dot it will be our badge. Then a class name to this span. Here it will be feature styles dot it will be our batch dot here. Now after the span tag let us create another span and a class name to this span. Here it will be our feature styles dot here it will be our batch text, and here let's give here the text as powerful features. Now after this a h2 tag, and let's give here the class name to this heading tag. It will be our feature styles dot here it will be title. And now inside this let's give the title as built for, and let's give the space and a span tag, and let's give here the class name. Here it will be feature styles dot it will be title gradient. And now inside this just pass here that is built for speed, and it will be our clarity. Now after writing this let's create a paragraph tag and a class name to this paragraph. It will be feature styles dot here it will be subtitle. And now inside this let's give the paragraph as a minimum intelligent interface that focus on what truly matters, create, send and track invoices effortlessly while maintaining the professionalism. That is the professional. And let's type here the excellence also. Now after writing the paragraph let's go and let's check. So here you can see it is present on the UI here with the background also. Now let's go back, and now after this div let's create another div tag and a class name. Here it will be feature styles dot here it will be feature grid. Now here map the features dot map, and here we are gonna map here the feature with the index, and now we are gonna create an arrow function here, and inside this let me just scroll up first, and here we have to also type here that is const feature card is equals to, and inside this pass here the title. Then we are gonna pass here the description. Then we are gonna pass here the icon here, and then we are gonna pass here the delay is equals to it will be 0, and create an arrow function here. And now inside this create a div tag and a class name. Here it will be our feature styles dot it will be our feature card, and a style tag to this feature it will be our, let me just type here the transition delay, and it will contain that as the backtick, and pass here the delay ms. Now after this a div tag and a class name to this div. It will be feature styles dot it will be our feature card gradient. And now after this div let's create another div tag and a class name to this div. It will be our feature styles dot feature card border. Now after this div let us create another div tag and a class name to this div. It will be our feature styles dot here it will be our feature card content. Now another div tag and a class name. It will be our feature, let me just type here the feature styles dot it will be our feature card icon container, and pass here the icon here. Now After this, another div tag and a class name here. So we are gonna pass here the feature styles dot feature card, and inside this the CTA, the feature card text container, and the h1 tag, or we can create the h4 tag, and let's give the class name to the heading tag. It will be feature styles dot, it will be feature card title, and pass here the title here. Now after this, a paragraph tag and a class name to this paragraph. It will be our feature styles dot, here it will be feature card description, and let's pass here the description over here. Now after passing this, let me just scroll and let me just go to our GitHub here, and all we need to do is just copy the div tag from here and paste it over here. Now after pasting this, let's scroll down, and now here inside this, let's create the feature card that we have created above, and pass here the key as feature dot title. Then we are gonna pass here the title. It will be storing here the feature dot title, and then we are gonna pass here the description that will be storing the feature dot description. Then the icon that will be storing the feature dot icon here, and then we are gonna pass here the delay, and the delay will be storing the index. It will be multiplied by 100. Now let me just close this feature card, and now let's go to our UI. You can see the 3 cards are present here that will have these details here. Now after writing this much, let's go back here, and now after this div, let's create our bottom CTA section. So for that, let's create a div tag and a class name to this particular div. Here it will be our feature styles dot, it will be our bottom CTA container. Then a button tag to this div, and let's give the class name to this button tag. It will be our feature styles dot, it will be our bottom CTA button, and inside this create a span, and let's pass here the feature styles dot, here it will be our bottom CTA text. And now let's, after writing this, let me just go, and on the UI here you will be able to see the SVG here. So just copy the SVG over here and paste it after this. Now once you have pasted this, by this we have completed the features section also. Now you can see the card is also the button is also present on the UI here. So by this we have completed this section also, and if you click on features, it will take you to features section here. Now after this, let me just go, and now in your components, let us create, let me just close this here, and in your component, let's create the another component, that is the pricing.jsx, and type here the RAFCE. And now in your home, we need to import this after the div here. Let's import the pricing section over here. Now once you have imported this, let's go there, and here we have to type here, that is the import, and here we are gonna import the pricing styles that is coming from our dummy styles. Also we are requiring the pricing card style, and here we are going to use these CSS property for our this particular component, including this property also. So now let me just close this, and now here just type here const, it will be billing period comma set billing period is equals to a use state hook, and the value here it will be monthly. Now after this, just type here the const, here it will be clerk, that will be coming from our use clerk hook, that is coming from our, let me just type here the use clerk hook, and it will be imported from the clerk React here. Then type here is signed in is equals to a use auth, that will show you that is the user is signed in or not. Then type here const navigate is equals to a use navigate hook, that is coming from our React router DOM package. Now let's go to our GitHub, and inside the pricing.jsx, all you need to do is just let me just scroll down and just copy the icons here with the data here, that is the dummy data, and here just paste it over here. Now once you have pasted this, let me just type here, that is a function, and the function name here it will be handle CTA click is equals to, let me just pass here the, that is the plain meta, and then we are gonna pass here the our flags, and now flags will be empty, and then inside this just type here if the flag dot open sign in fallback or it will be not signed in, that is the user is not signed in, then it will be opening, that is the clerk, and the type of clerk dot, it will open the sign up or the sign in model is equals to function. That is the, if the user is not present, that is the user haven't logged in here, then it will show you this error here. Then the clerk dot open sign in will be reference, and inside this it will redirect us to on slash app slash create invoice. That is, if the user is signed in, then it will redirect us to this particular page. In else case, that it will be navigating us to our slash sign up or sign in route here. Now it will return these things. Now we are gonna get navigated us to on slash app slash create invoice if it is already signed in here, and the state here it will manage, that is the our from plain, and it will be past the plan meta dot, it will be title here, or it will be our null here. Now after this, here let me just remove the div tag, and inside this let's create a section tag here, and inside this section tag let's give here the ID, it will be our pricing ID, and then let's give the class name to this section tag. Here it will be pricing styles dot, it will be our section. Now inside this create a div tag here and a class name. Here it will be pricing styles dot, it will be our bg element 1. Let us copy this div tag over here, and once you copied it, paste it 2 times and just change this element to 2 and then to 3 here. Now after this, our div tag here and a class name to this div. Here it will be our pricing styles dot, it will be our container. Then create a div tag and a class name. Here it will be our pricing styles dot, it will be our header container. Now inside this let's create another div tag and a class name to this particular div. Here it will be pricing styles dot, it will be our batch. And now inside this a span tag and a class name to the span. Here it will be our pricing styles dot, here it will be our batch dot. And now after this create a span, another span tag and a class name. Here it will be our pricing styles dot, here it will be our batch text, and let's give the text as, it will be our transparent pricing. Now after this create a h2 tag and let's give the class name to this heading tag. It will be pricing styles dot title, and let's give the title as simple, and here it will be simple and a space and a span tag and a class name to the span. Here it will be our pricing styles dot, it will be our title gradient. And now inside this just pass here the fair pricing. Now let's go and let's see, that is on the UI it shows that is simple pricing, fair pricing, and the transparent pricing section is present here. Now after this a paragraph tag and a class, let me just give the class name to this paragraph here, that is it will be the pricing styles dot, it will be our description. Let's pass the paragraph as start free, upgrade as you grow, no hidden fees, and here no surprises charges. So no surprise charges here, and a div tag after this paragraph and a class name. Here it will be our pricing styles dot, here it will be our billing toggle. And now inside this let's give the style tag also, and inside this just pass here the margin top, here it will be 12. Now after this a button tag here, and let's give the class, first let's give the on click property to this button tag and create an arrow function here and type a set billing period here. This time it will change it to monthly, that is it is initial, and a class name to this button tag, it will be our backtick, and pass here the pricing styles dot, it will be our billing button. And then inside this let's pass here, that is the billing period is equals to, if it is equals to monthly, in that case just pass here the pricing styles dot, it will be our billing batch active. In else case it will be pricing styles dot billing batch inactive here. Now after writing this much, in your button tag just pass here the monthly here. Now after this let us just copy the button tag over here and paste it again, and this time just change the monthly period, that is to annual, then the billing period is equals to annual, and then just change this to, let me just type here annual here. Now once you have written this, let's create a span tag for this annual, and it will be our pricing styles dot, here it will be billing batch, and now just pass here the badge as save 20% here. Now after writing this much, let's go, and now you can see the toggle menu is present here on the UI. And now after this, create another div tag, and let's give here the class name to this div. Here it will be our pricing styles dot, it will be grid. Now inside this, first let's go on the top, and here we have to create the const pricing card is equals to, and here we are gonna pass here the, let me just go to our GitHub and just copy these details here that we are gonna pass here, and let me just pass it here. Now after passing this, we have to create an arrow function, and inside this a div tag, and let's give the class name to this div. Here it will be our backtick, and pass here that is the, let me just pass here the pricing styles dot, it will be our, okay, it will be the pricing card styles dot, it will be card. Then inside this we are gonna pass here is popular. If it is popular, then it will be pricing card styles dot, it will be card popular. In else case, it will be pricing card styles dot card regular. Now inside this the style tag also, and the style will contain the transition delay as it will be backtick, and pass here the delay here with the ms. Now here inside the div tag, let me just type here is popular. If it is, and then create a div tag also, and inside this the class name here, it will be pricing card styles dot, here it will be price popular batch, and a div, let's give the class name to this div, it will be pricing card styles dot, it will be our popular batch content. And inside this, let's type here most popular, and inside this, after this we have to type here that is the is popular, and if it is popular, then create let me just create this as a div tag here. And now inside the div tag, let's give the class name to this div, it will be pricing card styles dot, it will be our gradient overlay. Let's close this div, and now create another div tag and a class name to this div, it will be pricing card styles dot, here it will be our animated border. Now after this div, create another div tag and a class name to this div, here it will be our pricing card styles dot, here it will be let me just type here content. Now let me just create a div tag and a class name to this div, here it will be pricing card styles dot, it will be header. Let me just type here h3 tag, let's give the class name to this heading tag, it will be backtick, and type here the pricing card styles dot, it will be title. And then we have to pass here the is popular, and if it is popular, then in that case just pass here the pricing card styles dot title popular. In else case, pass here the pricing card styles dot title regular. Now after this, pass here the title here. Now once you have passed the title, a paragraph tag and a class name here, it will be pricing card styles dot description, and pass here the description here. Here we have to add the t over here for the content here. Now after passing this, create another div tag and a class name to this div. Here let's type here pricing card styles dot, it will be price container. Then another div tag and a class name to this div, it will be pricing card styles dot, it will be our price wrapper. And inside this a span tag and a class name to this span, here it will be backtick, and pass here the pricing card styles dot, it will be price, and then type here is popular, and if it is popular, then it will be pricing card styles dot, it will be our price popular. In else case, it will be pricing card styles dot, it will be our price regular. Now inside this span we have to pass here the price here. Now after this, we have to also type here the period, and inside this a span tag, and let's give the class name to this. Let me just type here the class name to the span. Here it will be pricing card styles dot, it will be period, and inside this we are gonna pass here that is the slash period. So now by writing this, we have to type here is annual, and inside this we are gonna pass here the div and a class name to this div, it will be pricing card styles dot, here it will be our annual batch, and here we are gonna pass here the save, let me just type here save 20% annually. Now once you have written this much, let's go to our UI. So now for the UI, we have to also, let me just copy the UL tag here till this, and now let me just paste it after this div tag. And now let me just remove the div from below, and now it's working fine. And now let's go, and now first we have to also type here is popular, and in that case just create the empty fragments and create a div tag and a class name to this div. It will be pricing card styles dot corner ascent1, and let's copy the div and let's paste it out again and just change it to ascent2 here. Now after this, let me just scroll down, and now inside the div we have to pass here the current plans dot map function, and we are going to map here the plan with the index and create an arrow function here. And now inside this we have to pass here the pricing card, and the key here, it will be storing the plan dot title, then it will be storing the dot plan, and also it will be storing the delay, and the delay will be storing the index multiplied by 100, and then the on CTA click, it will be the handle CTA click we have created above as a function here. Now after this, let's go to our UI and let's check. So now it shows the error that is sign is not defined, that is coming from our Clerk. So for that, let me just scroll up, and here we have to also import the sign out also. So let us import the sign out that will be coming from our Clerk React, and also let's import the sign in that will also be coming from our Clerk React. Once you have imported this, now your UI will be working fine, and it will look something like this. All the three cards are present here, and it will have these details that is coming from the dummy data we have entered here. So now let's go to our VS Code, and now after this div, create another div tag, and let's give the class name to this div. It will be our pricing styles dot, here it will be additional info. Inside this another div tag, and let's give the class name to this div. It will be pricing styles dot features card, and then inside this create a h3 tag and a class name to this heading tag. It will be pricing styles dot, it will be our feature title, and now inside this pass the title as all plan includes. And now after this h3 tag, create a div tag and a class name to this div. It will be our pricing styles dot, here it will be our feature grid. Now inside this, let's go to our GitHub, and here we have to scroll down to copy the features grid. We have already given this. So here we are going to map here the feature with the index, and inside this create a div tag here and a class. First the key here, it will be index and a class name to this div. Here it will be pricing styles dot, it will be feature item. Now inside this another div tag and a class name to this div. It will be pricing styles dot, here it will be feature dot. And now inside this, let's create a span tag and a class name to the span. First we have to pass the feature. So once you have passed it, then create a class div and a class name to this div. It will be pricing styles dot FAQCTA, and then the paragraph tag, and inside this the class name here. Let me just type here the class name here. It will be pricing styles dot, here it will be FAQ text, and then type here the paragraph as have questions about pricing, and now put a question mark and a space here, then create a button tag, and let's give here the class name to this button tag. Here it will be pricing styles dot, it will be contact link, then just type here the contact our support or sales team. Now you can open this menu by typing the window plus V, and again you can open it and just click on the icon. And now by this we have completed the pricing section also. So now in your components, let's create our footer.jsx component and type here RAFCE. Now let's go to our home, and now after the main we have to import the footer over here. Now after importing the footer, let's go to our footer.jsx, and here let me just go and show you on the UI. You will be able to see that is the all plans are included over here, and contact our sales team here. So now by this we have completed this also. So now for the footer, let's type here import, and here we are gonna import the footer styles coming from our dummy styles, and here we are going to use the CSS property for our this particular component. Now, after this, let me just remove the div tag and create a footer tag here. And let me just type here the footer tag. And inside the footer tag here, let's give the class name to this footer tag. It will be footer styles dot footer. Then type a div tag and a class name to this div. Here it will be our footer styles dot. Here it will be container. Now after this, create another div tag and a class name to this div. Here it will be footer styles dot. It will be our copyright. And now inside this, just type a and copy and a semicolon. Then pass here the new date and create a function. Then dot get full year. And now inside this, type here, that is the Invoice AI. Now again window plus V and just pass here the dot here, and then just type here, that is the our built by Hexagon Digital Services. Now once you have written this, let me just create another div tag and a class name to this div. Here it will be footer styles dot links, and then type a anchor tag and it will take us to our slash terms, and a class name to this anchor tag. It will be footer styles dot, it will be our link. And now inside this, just type here terms. Now after this, let us copy the anchor tag and let me just paste it again. This time the terms will be changed to our pricing or the privacy, and then here the terms will be changed to privacy. Now once you have written this, we have completed the footer also. Let's go, and now you can see a smooth and sleek footer is coming here, a small footer here. And now let me just scroll down. So this is the home page we have created here, and let's check the responsiveness for this home page. So now our home page is responsive for any devices, either it is mobile, laptop, or for the tablet view here. So now every section is responsive for this. So let me just close this and let us sign in again, and it will take us to our /app/dashboard. And now for creation of the dashboard, let's go to our dashboard, and now inside this, now here type here import, and here we are going to import the dashboard styles coming from our dummy styles, and here we are going to use the CSS property for our this particular component. Now after this, type here const API underscore base is equals to, and here we are going to paste the backend URL. So let me just copy the backend URL from here, and let me just go back and paste it over here. Now after this, here let me just go to our GitHub, and here in your pages inside this dashboard.jsx, here we have to copy these functions over here and copy and paste it over here. So here for this function, here we are gonna get the data for the client, that it will have the name of the client, it will be having the email of the client, the address, as well as the phone number of that particular client here, and it will return these things here. Now in the format currency, that is this function, it will give you the currency in the INR as well as in the check. It is if in the INR, then it will give you this, else it will give you the currency for the USD here. So now after this, here we are gonna paste here the icons here. So for that, let me just copy the icons present over here, and let me just copy this till here, and then let me just paste it over here. Now after pasting the icons here we are going to use these icons, and then for the function that is capitalized, it will just make the letter that is to uppercase here. Let me just add this, that is it will make the value to the uppercase here. Now after this, let me just go, and here we have to copy this format date function, and here we have to, let me just copy it here and paste it over here. So it will give you the response, as it will give you first the date, then it will give you the month and the year. So it will give you the format like this. Now after this, inside this dashboard, just type here the const navigate is equals to use navigate hook, that is coming from our React router DOM package. Then type here const get token, and it will be is sign in, and these both things will be coming from our use auth hook, that is coming from our Clerk React here. And let me just close this here. Now here we have to type here, that is to obtain the token that is coming that is present in the local storage. Then we have to type here const obtain token is equals to a use callback hook, and pass here it will be an async function, and create an arrow function here, and type here if the type of get token is not equals to the function. If it is not a function, then it will return null. In else case, what will happen? It will create a try catch block, and in try block we are gonna try, that is let token is equals to await keyword get token, and inside this the template here it will be default value. Now let me just now after this type here a catch block, that is if in case of any error just create an arrow function and pass here null here. Now after this type here if the token is not found, in that case let me just type here, that is the token is equals to await keyword get token, and here we have to force refresh it as true, that we have to get it again. We have to refresh the page there, and in catch block it will return null here. Now we are gonna return the token once founded, and in case of any error, that is in catch block, we are just gonna return null here. Now once you get the token, get token will be passed here. Now after this, let's type here const, it will be our stored invoices comma set stored invoices is equals to a use state hook, and the value here it will be empty array. Then we are gonna type here const loading comma set loading is equals to again a use state hook, and the value here it will be true. Then type here const, let me type here error comma set error, and it will be equals to a use state hook, and the value here it will be null here. Now after this just type here const, here it will be business profile comma set business profile is equals to a use state hook, and the value here it will be null here. Now after this we have to fetch the invoices from the our backend, that is coming from the database. So for that, let's create the function as const fetch invoices is equals to a use callback hook and an async function, and create an arrow function here, and inside this just type a set loading. At initial it will be true, then the set error here it will be at null here. Now then we are gonna create a try catch block, and in our try block we are gonna type a const token is equals to await keyword, it will be our obtain token. Now type here const, and it will be our headers is equals to, here we are gonna pass here the accept, and it will only accept the application /json here. Now after this we have to type here if the token is found, and the headers, and inside this pass here the authorization is equals to backtick, pass here the bearer, and the token will be passed here. Now let me just type here const. Now after this type here response is equals to await keyword. Here we are gonna fetch it, as it will be a get method, and it will be done on API base /API /invoices. And here we are gonna pass here the method, it will be a get method, as it will be a fetch method, and the headers will be passed here. Now how am I getting this /API /invoice? We have already created this route in our server.js, that is the backend. We have created this /API /invoice, and for to get this we are created this /get invoices. So we are creating this here. Now after this, after passing the headers, let's type here const json is equals to a await, and inside this response.json, and inside this create a catch block. If in case any error, it will pass null here. Now after this, let's go and let us copy this block for this, and let us paste it here after replacing the catch block here. So now once you have pasted this, we have to create the finally block, and inside this finally we are just gonna set the loading as false here, as it will be fetched, it will be done the fetching here, and it will be done the fetching for the obtained token here. So now here it will check, that is the status is 401. In that case it will return unauthorized error, and please sign in again. And then if the response.ok doesn't happen, it will show you this error. Then in the mapped here, we are gonna map here the client object with the values here, and in return we are gonna return here in the client object, then the amount and the currency will be mapped in the mapped here, and then we are going to return here the INV, that is the invoice data, with the invoice number as the invoice ID. The client will be client object, the amount will be amount value, the currency, and it will be stored in the set invoice data. So now after fetching, we have to fetch the user profile, that is will be coming from our business profile. Later we are going to create that. So type here const fetch business profile is equals to a use callback hook and create an arrow function inside this, a try catch block here, and let's type here const token is equals to, it will be await keyword obtain token, and here we are going to obtain the token. Then if the token is not found, it will return nothing. Now type here const response is equals to await keyword, it will be our fetch method, and inside this it will be again fetching from the API base slash API slash business profile slash me, and inside this we are gonna pass here the method as it will be a get method, and we are gonna pass here the headers, and inside the headers we are gonna pass here the authorization as it will be backtick. Type here bearer, and let me just pass here the token inside this. So it will be passing these details. Also we are gonna accept here only the application slash, it will be application slash JSON here. Now again, how am I getting this slash API slash business profile? We have created this slash API slash business profile, and to get the slash me, here we are getting this slash me, and it is a get method to fetch the profile, so we are using it as a get method here. Now let's go and let me just copy this function till here, and we have to replace the catch block again, and let me just replace it till this, and now paste it over here. Now once you have pasted it, remove the brackets from below, and now it will work fine. Here we are just saving it as a JSON, and data will be setting the data here. Now after this we have to create a use effect hook, and inside this create an arrow function and type here fetch invoices here will be call here, as well as the fetch business profile will be call here, and a function on storage, and pass an event and type here if the event dot key is equals to, if it is invoices underscore version 1, then it will fetch the invoices over here, and then type here window dot, here it will be add event listener, and here we are gonna listen to the storage, and then we are gonna type here on storage will be safe here. Then in return we are gonna remove the storage here, so just type here window dot remove event listener, and here the storage will be removed here. Also the on storage function will be called over here. Now after this we have to do it for the fetch invoices as well as the fetch business profile and the is indent, that is the user here. Now after this much, let's go, and here let me just copy these multiple functions till here, and let me just replace it over here. Now after pasting these things, let me just show you, that is now it will be the hard coded rate for the USD to INR, it will convert it. So you can give any value. At initial it is 83, so you can give any value here. If you want, you can type here 89 or something. Then to convert it, we are using this function that it will convert the value to INR here, and then the KPIs form will be created here, that is the KPI card here, it will be created here, and it will be just showing you the total paid, the unpaid, the paid count, and the unpaid count of that invoices here. Now for the recent here, it will show you the recent by the created at value, and it will only show you the 5 invoices, that is the latest 5 invoices will be shown here. So now in the database, that is it is created first, it will be shown here. So it will give you the client name that will be fetched from the user ID that we have used for the login here, and then it will give you the client initial, that is the first letter of that particular client name, and now and this open invoice will take you to the invoice here, that is it will open the preview of that particular ID here, and in C it will show you that is the initial. If it is not present, it will be client, that is the C here. So now it will navigate us to our invoice preview here. So now let's go and let's create our UI for this. So create a div tag, inside this a class name. Here it will be dashboard styles dot, here it will be our page container. Then create another div tag and a class name to this div. It will be dashboard styles dot, here it will be header container. Then create a h1 tag and a class name. Here it will be dashboard styles dot header title, and let's give the title as dashboard overview. Now after this, create a paragraph tag and a class name to this paragraph. Here it will be dashboard styles dot, it will be header subtitle. Let me just type a header subtitle. Then let's give the paragraph as track your invoicing performance and businesses insights here. Now after writing this, let's go to our UI, and it shows the error that is use memo is not defined. Okay, we have to define this. So let me just scroll up and now put a comma and paste it over here. That is the use memo here. Now it's working fine. Now it shows that is dashboard overview, and you can track this here. So the paragraph is also present here. So now after this, let's create the loading and the error state management here. So for that, let me just type here, if it is in loading state, if it is, then it will be a div tag and a class name. Here it will be padding will be 6, and just type here that is loading invoices. Now if it is not in loading state but the error occurs, in that case what will happen, let me just type here check it. So just type here our div tag and let's give the class name to this div. It will be padding will be 6, and now inside this just type here that is our div tag and a class name. Here it will be text will be red 600, margin bottom will be 3, and it will be error, and it will be passing the error here. Now if both of them and a div also with the class name as it will be flex gap of 2, and inside this create a button tag here, and inside this on click property, and inside this just pass here the fetch invoices button, and then the class name as padding from x axis will be 3, padding from y axis will be 1, background blue 600, and text will be white, rounded. Let me just type here that is the rounded here, and now inside this just type here retry here. So if in case of any error, it will show you retry, and a string, and the string will be containing the error dot to lowercase, and inside this type here dot includes. Now we are gonna include the authorized unauthorized here, and inside this we are gonna create a button tag here, and inside this just type here on click property and create an arrow function, and it will navigate us to our /login, that is we are not logged in here, and it will show a class name that is the padding from x axis will be 3, padding from y axis will be 1, and background gray 700 with the text as white and rounded here. Now just type here that is sign in. Now in else case, that is everything works fine, in that case just pass here null, that is nothing in the state of loading or error. So now it is working fine here. Now let me just refresh it, and once you are getting refresh, it shows that is loading invoices here. So now after this, create a div tag and a class name to this div. Here it will be our dashboard styles dot, here it will be our KPI grid, and now inside this we have to create a component that is the KPI card dot JSX, and inside this type here RAFCE. Now let me just go to dashboard and import the KPI card, and now inside this we are gonna pass here the title. Let me type here the title, and the title here it will store the title as the total invoices. Then the value here we are gonna pass it, the value will be stored. Let me just type here the KPIs dot, here it will store the total invoices. Then the hint, and the hint will be storing the active invoices, and then the icon type, and it will be storing the icon type as document here, and the trend will be passing the 8.5 here. So now after writing this, just copy the KPI card and paste it 2 times. Now here it will be changed to total paid, here it will be changed to our value will be changed to currency format, and it will be KPIs dot total paid. Also it will be our in INR, that is in Indian rupees. Then the hint will be changed to our received amount, and now it will be in INR, then the icon type will be changed to our revenue, and the trend will be changed to 12.2 here. Now here it will be changed to our, let me just change it to total unpaid. Then the value here, it will be again changed to currency format. Here we are gonna pass here the KPIs dot total unpaid, and now here it will be again INR. Then it will show you the hint as the outstanding amount or the outstanding balance, and it will be again in INR. Then the icon type here, let me just type here the icon type here, it will be changed to our clock, and the trend here, it will be changed to minus 3.1 here. Now once you have passed this, let me just go to our KPI cards, and now inside this, let's type here import the KPI card styles coming from our dummy styles, and here we are going to use these CSS property for our this particular component over here. So let me close this, and now after this we have to type here, first let's go to our GitHub. Inside the KPI card.jsx, we have to copy these icons over here. Let me just copy these icons here and paste it over here. Now after pasting this, let's go back, and here let me just copy these details. What we have sent there, it will be called here as the props here, used as the props here. So just let me just pass here as a bracket and paste it over here. Now after this, inside this we have to type here const. Here we are going to take the icon component is equals to our metric icons, and inside this we are gonna pass here the icon type, or it can be metric icons dot default here. Now type here const, it will be our get trend color is equals to pass here the trend value, and is equals to create an arrow function. Inside this type here if the trend value is greater than 0, in that case it will return the KPI card styles dot, it will be our trend batch positive. And then if the trend value is less than 0, in that case it will return KPI card styles dot, here it will be trend batch negative. Now after this it will return the KPI card styles dot trend batch neutral. Now type here const get icon color is equals to, and inside this pass here the type and then create an arrow function and type here return KPI card styles dot, here it will be icon colors, and inside this just pass here the type, or it can be the KPI card styles dot, here it will be icon colors dot, it will be default here. Now after this, let's create the UI for this. So create a div tag, inside this a class name to this div, here it will be KPI card styles dot, here it will be card container, and inside this we are gonna pass here the, let me just make it a backtick here, just add a backtick over here, and here we have to increase the backtick and a bracket over here. Now we also have to create a div tag, and let's give here the class name, here it will be KPI card styles dot animated background. And now after this we have to create a div and a class name to this div, here it will be KPI card styles dot content. And now inside this create a div tag and a class name, here it will be KPI styles dot, it will be header container. Then create a div and a class name, here it will be KPI card styles dot main content. Then another div tag and a class name, here it will be KPI card styles dot, it will be icon trend color. And now inside this another div, and let's give the class name to this div, it will be backtick, and pass here the KPI card styles dot, here it will be icon container. Also add the $sign above, and then type here and get icon color, pass here the icon type here, and the icon component will be having the class name as KPI card styles dot, it will be icon. Now you have to add the $sign above also. Now after writing this much, let's go to our UI, and now you can see the icons are present here, and you have to add the $sign there. So just copy the SVG from here, and now let's type here the trend, and it's not equals to the undefined, and in that case just create a div tag, and let's give the class name to this div, here it will be backtick, and pass here the KPI card styles dot, it will be our trend batch. And inside this again just type here the get trend color, and inside this pass here the trend, and now we have to just pass the SVG here that we have copied here. Now after passing this, just pass here the math dot absolute value, and here we are going to get the absolute value for the trend in percentage. So now on the UI you can see the percentage value is coming here. And now let me just go back here, and now after this div, create a div, and let's give the class name to this div. It will be KPI card size dot, it will be our text content. Inside this another div tag and a class name to this particular div. It will be KPI card styles dot, here it will be title, and let's give the title will be passed here. Now after this another div tag and a class name to this div. Here it will be equals to the KPI card size dot, it will be value, and pass here the value over here. Now let's go and let's check. So you can see the heading as well as the value is present here. So now after this div, let's create the hint here, and the hint will be getting passed here, as well as we have to create a div tag, and let's give the class name to this. It will be KPI card size dot hint, and inside this we have to go to our GitHub again, and we have to copy the SVG here, and let's go and paste it over here. Now once you have pasted this, pass here the hint here. Now once you have pasted this, let me create another div tag and a class name to this div. It will be KPI card size dot corner ascent, and let's go and let's see. So now you can see the hint is also coming here. Now after this, let me just go to our dashboard, as we have completed the KPI cards. Now create a div tag, and let's give the class name to this div. Here it will be dashboard styles dot main grid. Now inside this another div tag, and let's give the class name to this div. Here it will be dashboard styles dot, here it will be sidebar column. Now inside this another div tag and a class name to this div. Here it will be dashboard styles dot quick stats card, and inside this pass here the h3 tag, and let's give the class name to this heading tag. It will be dashboard styles dot quick stat title, and here we have to pass here the quick stat here. Now after this, create a div and a class name to this div. Here it will be space from y-axis will be 3 here. Then another div tag and a class name to this div. It will be dashboard styles dot, here it will be quick stats row, and inside this we have to create a span tag, and let's give the class name to this span. Here it will be dashboard styles dot, here it will be our quick stat label. Now here we have to pass here the label as paid rate. Now you can see the quick stat and the paid rate are coming over here. Now let's go back here, and now after this a span tag, and let's give the class name to the span. Here it will be dashboard styles dot, it will be our quick stat value, and inside this we are gonna pass here the KPIs dot total invoices. If it will be greater than 0, let me just type here. If it is greater than 0, in that case just map the KPI dot paid count with the divided by the KPIs dot total invoices multiplied by 100 dot 2 fixed to our 2 or 1 value. We can type here 1 value, in else case it will be 0 here. So now by calculating the total number of invoices, it will give you the percentage here. Now create a div tag, let's give the class name to this div. It will be dashboard styles dot, it will be our quick stats row, and inside this we have to create a span tag, and let's give the class name to the span. Here it will be dashboard styles dot, it will be our quick stats label. Inside this we are gonna pass here the label as average invoice. Now after this a span tag, and let's give the class name to the span. Here it will be our dashboard styles dot, it will be our quick stat value, and inside this pass here the value as currency format, and we are gonna pass here the KPIs dot total invoices is greater than 0. If it is greater than 0, in that case we are gonna get the KPIs dot total paid with will be added with the KPIs dot total unpaid, and it will be divided by the KPIs dot total invoices. In else case it will be, let me just pass here the, let me just type it, in else case it will be 0, and we are gonna pass here the INR here for the currency. Now another div tag and a class name to this div. It will be dashboard styles dot, again the quick stat row, and inside this create a span tag and let's give the class name to the span. Here it will be dashboard styles dot quick stat label, and here we are gonna pass here the label as the, let me type a collection effect and collection efficiency, and the span tag again and a class name to the span. It will be dashboard styles dot, here it will be quick stats value, and inside this we are gonna pass here the KPIs dot paid, let me just type here the paid percentage dot to fix to one value, that is it will give you the value to one decimal place here. Now let me just go, and now you can see these all three quick stats are present on the UI. Now after this we have to create our, let me just type here the quick action button. So for that, quick actions here, so for that let me just go to our GitHub, and inside the dashboard.jsx, here you have to scroll down, and here we have to copy this div tag till here and just copy it, and now you have to just paste it over here. Now once you have pasted this much here, let's go to our UI, and now you can see the quick actions are present here. Once you click on any of the tabs, it will take you to that particular page over here. So now by this, let's go back to our VS Code. After this div, create a div tag and let's give the class name to this div. It will be dashboard styles dot, here it will be content column. Then another div tag and a class name to this div. Here it will be dashboard styles dot, here it will be card container overflow. Then another div tag and a class name to this div. Here it will be dashboard styles dot table header. Now inside this create another div tag and a class name to this div. It will be dashboard styles dot table header content. Then create another div tag, and inside this div let's give a h3 tag and a class name to this heading tag. It will be dashboard styles dot, it will be table, let me just type here the table title, and let's give the title as recent invoices. Now after writing this, let me just go and create a paragraph tag and a class name. It will be dashboard styles dot table subtitle. Now inside this let's give the paragraph as latest 5 invoices from your account. So it will show you the latest 5 invoices over there. So create a button tag here, and let's give the on click property and create an arrow function here, and it will navigate us to our /apps/invoice, and then a class name to this button tag. It will be dashboard styles dot table action button, and inside this let's type here view all. Now after writing this, let me just go to our GitHub and let me just scroll down here, and now let me just copy the svg tag over here and let me just paste it over here. So now once you have pasted this, now after this div create another div tag and a class name to this div. Here it will be dashboard styles dot, it will be our table container. Then pass here a table tag and let's give the class name to this table tag. It will be dashboard styles dot table. Then pass here the thead tag and inside this a tr tag, and let's give the class name. It will be dashboard styles dot table head, and here the th tag and a class name to this. It will be dashboard styles dot table header cell, and inside this type here the client and the id. Now after this let me just copy this th tag and paste it. Let me just paste it to 4 times, and here we are gonna change it to our amount. Then this will be changed to our status. Then this will be changed to our, that is the due date, and then this last one will be getting the change. Let me just remove this and just type here the actions here. Now once you have done this much, let me just type here a tbody tag and let's give the class name to this tag. It will be dashboard styles dot, it will be table body. Then pass here the recent dot map, and here we are gonna map here the invoices and create an arrow function here and type here const, let me just type here the const client name is equals to get client name, and it will be getting from that the invoice here. Then type here const get client initial, and here we are gonna get client initial from the invoice here. So here we are gonna get these things with the invoice here. Then tr tag and the key here, it will be invoice.id. Then the class name in the return tag, it will be the dashboard size dot. Here it will be table row, and then the on click and create an arrow function here inside this and type a open invoice, and here we are gonna pass here the invoice id here, that is the invoice here. Then create a td tag and let's give the class name here, it will be dashboard styles dot, it will be table cell. Then a div tag and a class name to this div, here it will be flex item center and gap of 3. Now inside this div tag and a class name, here it will be dashboard styles dot, it will be our class, let me just type here the client avatar. Then we are gonna pass here the client initial. Then create another div tag and a div tag and let's give the class name to this div. Here it will be dashboard styles dot client, let me just type here the client info, and here we are gonna pass here the client name. And then another div tag and a class name, here we are gonna pass here the dashboard styles dot cart container, let me just type here the client sub info, and here we are gonna pass here the invoice dot, here it will be id, that is the invoice id, that can be the invoice number. Then the td tag and a class name, here it will be dashboard styles dot table cell. Then a div tag and a class name to this div, it will be dashboard styles dot amount cell here. Then we are gonna pass here the currency format, and here we are gonna pass here the invoice dot amount here, also the invoice dot currency, that whatever currency it has been stored here. Then another td tag and a class name, it will be dashboard styles dot table cell, and here we are gonna pass here the, let me just go to our components and let's create the status batch.jsx component, and we have to type here RAFCE. Now in your dashboard we have to pass here the status badge here, and here we have to close this here. And now inside this we are gonna pass here the status, and the status will be storing the invoice dot status. Then we are gonna pass here the size, and the size here it will be default size. Then we are gonna pass here the show icon, and it will be showing the icon as true. Now after this another td tag and a class name to this table tag, it will be dashboard styles dot table cell. Then another div tag and let's give the class name, let me just give the class name here, it will be dashboard styles dot, here it will be our date cell, and here we are gonna pass here the invoice dot due, let me just type here the due date, or if it is found, it will be format date, and it will be invoice dot due date here. In else case it will be minus, that is the due date is not present here. Now after writing this, let me just create another td tag and let's give the class name to this table tag, it will be dashboard styles dot, it will be table cell. Now another div tag and let's give the class name, here it will be text right. And now inside this we have to type a button tag, and the button tag here will be containing the on click, and pass here the event and create an arrow function, type here e.stop propagation. Then we have to type here the open invoice, and it will take us to our invoice here. Now in this we have to give the class name to this button tag, it will be dashboard styles dot action button. Now here we have to pass here the eye icon, and then the class name to this icon, it will be width will be 4, height will be 4, and the group hover, it will be having the slash button, it will be having the, let me just type here the scale, and the scale will be 110, and the transition transform over here. Now after writing this much, let's type here the view button, that is it will be view button here. Then we have to create, that is the if no invoices are present, that is the there is no invoice created, then what will it show, that is the recent dot length is equals to 0, that is no invoice present, as well as that is it is not in loading state. And then we are going to create a tr tag, and inside this a td tag, and let's give here the call span, and it will be our 5. Then a class name, it will be dashboard styles dot empty state. Then another div tag and a class name, it will be dashboard styles dot empty state text, and inside this pass here the icon as text file icon, and the class name to this icon here, it will be dashboard styles dot, here it will be empty state icon. Now after this another div tag and a class name here, it will be dashboard styles dot empty state message and type here no invoices yet. That is, there is no invoice found yet. So now after this, a button tag here, and let's give the on click property and create an arrow function here. Let me just remove this and paste it over here, the bracket here. And now inside the navigate here, we are gonna get navigated here to our /app/ it will be taken to our /create invoice here. Then we have to give a class name to this button tag. It will be dashboard styles dot. Here it will be our empty state action, and pass here the create your first invoice over here. So you can create the first invoice. So this will be shown on the UI. So by this we have completed the dashboard.jsx page also, and now it shows that is no invoice yet, and once click it take us to that particular create invoice page here. So let's go back, and here for the status batch, here we have to type here first, we have to go to our GitHub, and inside the component, inside the status batch.jsx, we have to copy these icons that are present over here. Now just copy them and here just paste it here. Now once you have pasted this, now after this we have to call these status here. Then the status will be containing empty. Then we are gonna call the size, and it will be default size here that we have defined there, and also the show icon, and the show icon here it will be containing the true here. Now after this, type here const s is equals to, it will be containing the status or it will be empty dot to lowercase, and it will be in two lowercase here. Then let's go, and here we have to copy this dummy data, and let me just paste it over here. So it is the dummy data for the colors here, and then just type here const config is equals to, it will be our status config, and pass here the s, or it will be status config dot default, and then we have to type here const icon component is equals to status icons, and we are gonna pass here the config dot icon over here, or it can be the status icons dot draft here. Now after this, let me just go to our GitHub again and just copy the size classes over here and paste it over here. So it will show you these sizes here. Then in your return, just create a div tag, and let's give here the class name to this div. It will be backtick, and we have to pass here the inline flex. It will be item center. Then we are gonna pass here the sizes classes, in which we are gonna pass the size, and then we are gonna round it full here. Then the font will be medium over here. Then we are gonna pass here the config dot bg, that is the background. Then we are gonna pass here the config dot text color. Then we are gonna pass the border, and we have to pass here the config dot, here it will be border. Then we are gonna pass the, let me just type here the transition all. So let me just type here the transition all. Then the duration will be 300. Then it will be ease out, and then the hover, it will be scale 110, or we have to keep it to 105. Then we have to type the hover, and this time the shadow will be small. Then the group, and then we are give the position as relative, and overflow will be hidden. Then a div tag, and let's give the class name here. It will be backtick, and type here the position will be absolute, insert 0. Then background linear to R, that is for the right side. Then it will be config dot gradient will be passed here, and the opacity will be 0. Then the group hover, and then the opacity will become 5 here. Then the transition opacity and the duration will be 300. Now after this, we have to pass here the show icon, and in that case we have to just create a div tag, and let's give the class name to this div. It will be position will be relative, as z index will be 10, and it will be flex item center. Then pass here the icon component and a class name to this. It will be width will be 3, height will be 3, and let's close this icon component here. Then a span tag, let's give the class name to the span. Here it will be position will be relative, and z index will be 10. Then the font will be semi bold and tracking wide, and the, let me just type here the first letter here, it will be in uppercase here. Then just pass here the s is equals to default. If it is equals to the default size, then the status, else it will be S here. Now after this, let me just pass here S is equals to, if it is again in the default size, then, or if the S is equals to, if it is equals to the overdue, or just change this default here to our unpaid, that is the, if it is unpaid or if it is an overdue, and create a div tag, and let's give the class name here. It will be position will be relative, z index will be 10, and then another div tag, and let's give the class name here. It will be backtick, and pass here the width will be 1.5, height here it will be 1.5, then it will be rounded full, and the bg will be current, then the animate will be pulse here. Now let me just close the div right here. Now after this, we have to create our, let me just type here the status with the count, that is the status with the count. So type here export a function, here it will be our status with count, and pass here the status, also pass here the count here, and we are gonna pass here the size is equals to, it will be default size here. Now inside this, let me just type here the return, and here we are gonna return the div with the class name. Here it will be inline flex, then the item will be in center and gap of 2, then it will be group. Let me just type here the group here, and then inside this we have to pass here the status batch, and the status will be containing the status here, and the size will, here it will be containing the size over here. And let me just close this, and we have to pass here the count is not equals to undefined in that case, and in that case we have to create a span tag, and let's give the class name here. It will be text will be extra small, then the text gray 500, and then font will be medium, and the background gray 100. Then we have to pass here the padding from x-axis will be 2 and y will be 1, then the rounded will be full, and the group hover bg gray 200, then the transition colors and duration will be 200 over here. Now inside this we have to pass here the count over here. Now by this we have completed the status batch also. So let me just go to our, so now it's working fine here on the UI, and now we have to create our create invoice page. So for that, let me just go to our VS Code, and inside the pages here we have to create the page. Let me just create the page as create invoice.jsx, and here we have to type a RAFCE, and here let me just add a route here, and the route here, the path here, it will be on create invoice, and the, let me just remove the slash over here, and then the element we are gonna render on this, it will be our create invoice element. Now this whole code is given on the GitHub here, and let me just close this, and here you can go to our GitHub, and here the whole code is already given. You can just go and copy this whole code, and you have to just paste it over here. Now once you have pasted this, let's go and check. So now the create invoice will have these things, and now you will have these things that will be shown here. And now let me just explain you the create invoice.jsx component over here. Now here we are using this API underscore base, that is the backend URL, and here in this function will return the image that will be coming from our server side, that is the image that is saved in the uploads folder. Now here this function, the function UID, will generate an unique random UUID that will be unique here. Now after this format currency, this function will give you the currency in INR, or it can give you the amount in the USD. Now here this function that is computes total, so it will compute you the total, that is subtotal value, the tax total, and the total value. Now after, let me just add this comment here, that is the compute the total for the subtotal tax and the total value here. Now here we don't require this function, you can remove this function from here, and these are the icons we are going to use for this file here. Now in this we are using the navigate hook that is coming from our use navigate, and then this ID, we require this ID for the editing purpose. Let me show you why. In the controller, in the invoice controller here, invoice by ID, we are using this ID to edit here. So we require the ID for the addition also. Now, token and the user is signed in or not will be coming from our use auth, that will be coming from the use clerk here, and this function will help you get the token coming from our local storage. And now this is how our invoice will be built. So local ID will store the unique ID, and then the ID will be storing the local ID. Then it will have the invoice number, the issue date, the due date of the invoice, the business name, the email, the address, the phone number, and the GST for the business's purpose. And then we will be storing the client details such as name, email, and the address as well as the phone number of the client here. Then the item that has purchased, it will have a unique ID again, and the description of that item, the quantity, and the unit price of that item. Now, currency by default it will be INR, and the status by default it will be draft. Here we will be taking the images for the stamp, signature, and the logo URL. Then the signature name and the signature title will be given here, and the tax will be undefined as it can be saved from the business profile here, or it can be manually given here. Then the invoices will be storing the build default invoice here, and the items here it will be storing the invoice item, or it will be empty array. Then these will be the states here, and now you can update the fields, that is you can update the invoice field, and also you can update the client name, that is the client fields. So you can update both of them from here, and you can update the item quantity, the item values, and the description also by using this function here, and using the index you can do it. Now to add the item, you have to call this function. It will add the item here. To remove the item, you can remove the item using the index here, that it will remove that particular item there. Then this status change and the currency change, let me show you what will be happening on the UI. So the status here are 4 status here, and it will be the currency here, it is 2 currency, we can change it and toggle between them. Now here the handle image upload will give you the image here, and handle remove image will review, you can remove the image that will be coming from the review here, that after the review, if you don't want that particular image, you can remove this by this function here. Then it will check that is the similar number, invoice number, that the particular dat invoice is already existing or not. So here we are using the /API/invoice that is coming from our server.js file, and we are using this invoice number. And here let me just go in and get invoices. We are using this invoice number here now, and also we are using this invoice number for the editing also. So now it will be a get method that it will be fetching here, and now it will generate an unique invoice number. And now let me just refresh the page. As you can see, it is some number. Once you refresh, it gets toggle here, it gets changed here. Let me just refresh it, and now it will be changed here again. So it generates an unique ID number for the invoice here. To fetch the business profile, we will be using the /API/business. It will be coming from the server.js /API/business, and for /me here that we are using, it will be coming from our, let me just go to our business router, and here you will be getting this /me here. Now after this, we are gonna send the bearer token, and the method here it will be get method, and here it will give you these details that will be coming from our business profile here. Now after this, let me just scroll down here, and now here, that is in the editing state, you will be using the /API/, let me just first show you, that is in the editing state we are using this /API/invoice and the /ID, that is /API/invoice, and to edit we are using this /ID here. Now after this, let me just scroll down here, and we are gonna save it, that is we have to create this. So here it prepared, it will be storing these details that will be filled by the user here. And Now let me just add a comment over here. That is the things that will be saved in the database. That is, these things will be saved in the backend here. So here this route will be our editing route. That is, it will be a put method, and to update any created invoice. So it will update the any created invoice, and it will create an invoice. By this route we can create a particular invoice here. So now after writing this, let me now in the MongoDB here. Now here let me just scroll down here, and now here to handle the preview, we will be redirecting it to our that invoice ID and /preview. So it will show you that particular invoice preview over there. And now this is the rest of the UI. So now this is the rest of the UI, and now let's go and let us create some invoices here. So now here let me just refresh it again this time, and it shows this invoice number. Let's give the due date here, and let us just select this USD, or it can be Indian, and it will be a paid here. Let's fill the business details here, and the business name here. Then you can fill here any GST number you want. Now once you have filled this much, you have to generate a bill. That is the client name you will be saving. In my case it will be new. Let's sell this, let us sell the code here, and the code, let's give the rate as 780. Then we are gonna sell here the MERN, and the unit price here it will be 8,900. Now here let's give the branding logo here, and now in SRC, in your assets here, you will be getting this logo as well as the sign and the stamp. Just select the logo here. Here you can change the percentage here. I will be changing it to 15%. Then, or we can keep it 10%, and then we are gonna upload the stamp. Then the signature will be uploaded over here, and then in the signature owner name, let me just pass here the owner name as hexagon, and then this title here it will be director, and just scroll up and create the invoice over here. Now once the invoice is created, it will be taking you to invoices page here. So let me just go back here, and on the dashboard you can see it shows that is the total paid, and this invoice is present here. And if you view, it will take you to that particular invoice page here. On the MongoDB, inside this Invoice AI, inside the invoices, you will be able to see the invoice with these details over here. Now it has stored one invoice in the database here. So now let's go back here, and now after this let us create another invoice here. Let me just go to our create invoice here, and from the dashboard we can't click on any of them, and it's not working for any of the parts. So for that, let me go to app shell, and inside this main content navbar, here we have to give a style tag, and inside this just type at the position here, it will be relative, and here we are gonna pass here the Z index as it will be 20. Now once you have written this much, let's go, and now from the dashboard you can go to any page if you want. Now after this, here let me just create another invoice that will be status as unpaid here, and let me just select the invoice date and the due date here. Let me select the due date. Then again I have to fill these details. So once we will be creating the business invoice, that is the business profile, then in that after that we won't be able to fill these things because it will be getting fetched from there. So whatever fields we have filled there, it will be coming from there. So let me give a item and the services name as food, and let us give some prices over here. Then the rows and the unit price here, it will be 7,800, and then let's create the invoice here without adding any images or something. Now you can see we have one unpaid as well as the one paid invoice over here. So now after this, you can see we have total 2 invoices over here. So now let's go back, and here let me just go to our create. So this is how our create invoice will work. So now in your pages, let's create another page that is our invoices.jsx, and let's type here RAFCE. Now let's go to our app.jsx, and here we have to create the routes here. So for that, let's create the route. The path here, it will be taken on the invoices, and the element we are gonna render here, it will be our invoice. Let me just type here the invoices element. Let me close this here, and now after this create another route tag, and the path here, it will be invoices, and let me just copy this much for the route, and then the element here we are going to render here, it will be our create invoice element. Then again just paste it here, and it will be on /id, and then the element we are going to render here, it will be our, let me just type here in. Okay, first we have to create that component here. So for that, let's create the invoice preview.jsx component, and inside this type here RAFCE. Now in your app here, we have to type here invoice preview, and then let's close this route tag. Then here we have to increase one slash here. No, we don't have to increase here. We have to increase for the create new, because it will be taking to create new route here. And now let us copy this part here till this and paste it again. Then add a slash preview, and then here let's pass the element. This is similar to this, and just copy and paste it over here. Then create, let me just type here, let me just copy this much of route again and paste it again. Then let's give the slash edit, and the element we are gonna render here, it will be our create invoice over here. Now after this, let's go to our invoices, and again the invoices code is also given on the GitHub here. So let me first see what the error is coming here. It shows the error utils. Okay, we have imported this from the backend. Just remove it from there, and now it's everything is working fine. And now invoices waste is working fine. So the code is also given on the GitHub. Just copy the whole code from here and just go to our invoices page and just paste it over here. Now here on the top, let me just see what the error is showing here. So it shows the errors, that is we have to create the AI model. So let me just copy this from here, and in your components, let us create the, let's paste it and .jsx model here, type RAFCE. Then let's go back, and now it shows that is Gemini icon is not defined. So just copy this again, and in your components just paste it over here .jsx, and type here again the, or don't type here, just it will be present on the components on the GitHub. Just copy the whole code from here and just paste it over here. This is the icon code we have used here for the AI button. And now let's go back here to our AI model, and now it shows that is the invoices page will be shown here. Now let's go back and let's create the AI model here. Now type here import, and here we are going to import AI model styles, and here we are using these CSS property for our this particular component. And now after this, let's type here import the Gemini icon that is coming from our ./Gemini icon here. Now after this, we are also going to import the animated button that will be coming from our asset / it will be generate button /gbtn. Now after this, inside this we have to call here the open comma on close, then on generate, and we have to call here the initial text is equals to empty string. And now type here const, here we are going to type here text comma set text is equals to a use state hook, and the initial value here, it will be initial text or it will be empty string. Then type here const, it will be loading comma set loading is equals to a use state hook, and the value here, it will be false here. Then type here const error comma set error is equals to a use state hook, and the initial value here will be empty string. Then create a use effect hook here, and inside this create an arrow function over here. Let me create an arrow function and type a set text here. It will be initial text or it will be empty. then type here set error, and it will become here, let me empty here, then type here set loading, and starting here it will be false here. Now pass here the open and the initial text over here. Now after this type here if it is not open, then it will return null, and then type here an async function, and let's give here the name of the function will be handle generate click. And now inside this type here, that is the, let me just type here the set error here, it will become empty. Then we have to type here const raw is equals to, and pass here the text, or it will be empty, then dot trim method, and then let me just type here. Now here type here if the raw is not found, that is the text is not found, then it will set the error message as please paste the invoice text to generate from AI. Now it will return this error here. Now we have to create a try catch block, and now inside the try block just type here the set loading, and here it will be true here, that is the loading state will become true. Then type here const maybe promise is equals to on generate, and inside this pass here the raw text, that is, then type here if the maybe promise and the type of maybe promise dot, let me just type here dot then is equals to an function. In that case it will be an await maybe promise. Now in the catch block here, if in case something went wrong, just console the error, console.error, and it will be on generate, let me just type here generate here, on generate handler failed. So the on generate handler will fail, and we are going to pass here the error err, and then type here const msg, that is the message is equals to err, and it can be the err dot message. Now or it will say, that is the type of err is equals to our string. Then let me just type if it is, it will be err, else it will be, let me just type here json.stringify, and here we are gonna pass here the error. Now type here the set error here, it will be message msg, else it will be failed to, let me just type here failed to generate, try again. Now after this, just in the finally block here, we are gonna just set the loading here as it will become false here. Now after writing this, let's create the UI. So create a div tag here, and let's give the class name to this div. It will be AI invoice model size dot overlay. Then another div tag and a class name, it will be AI invoice model size dot backdrop. And on click here, create an arrow function here, and inside this on close will be passed here, and the on close will be storing the function here. Now after this div, create another div tag, and let's give the class name here, it will be AI invoice model styles dot model. Then another div tag and a class name, here it will be flex, and the item will be from start, and the justify between. Now create another div tag and a h3 tag, and let's give class name here, it will be AI invoice model styles dot title, and let's pass here the title as it will be Gemini icon, and a class name here, it will be width will be 6, height will be 6, and the group hover, it will be scale 110. Then the transition transform, and it will be flex none here. Now let's close this, and now after passing the icon, just type here the create invoice with AI. Now after this, create a paragraph tag and a class name to this paragraph, it will be AI invoice model styles dot description, and here pass here the description as paste any text that contains invoice details, that is the client name. It can have the client details, the item details, the quantity details. It can also have the prices details coming here, and we will, let me just type here that is we will attempt to extract an invoice from that text. So now after this, create a button tag here, and then give on click property to that button tag. It will be an arrow function, and type here on close, and we are gonna pass here the on close function here. Now our class name to this button tag, it will be AI model styles dot close button, and here we are gonna pass here the, let me just go and just copy the X icon that is given on the GitHub and paste it over here. Now after this div, create another div tag and a class name, it will be margin top will be 4, and the label, and in the label we are gonna pass here the class name as AI invoice model size dot label, and we are gonna type here paste invoice text here. So now after writing this label, create a text area tag, and here we don't require the name, also we don't require the ID field here. Just pass the value, and inside this pass the text. Then on change here, pass an event and create an arrow function and set text here. It will be event.target.value. Let me just type a value here. Now inside this, let's give the placeholder here. That is the placeholder will be containing the backtick, and it will be example, and this text will be passed here. And let's give the rows here as 8 rows and a class name to this. It will be AI invoice model size or text area. Now after writing this much, let's me just type an error, and if there is an error, let me just copy the error block over here and paste it over here. Now after pasting this, let's create another div tag and a class name to this div. It will be AI invoice model size dot actions. Then pass here the animated button, and on click here, pass here the handle generate click, and is loading here, it will become that is loading here. And then the disabled, when it will be disabled when it is in loading state, and the label here it will pass as generate here. Now after this, we have completed the AI invoice model. So now let's go, and here if you click, it will show you this generate invoice with AI. Now after writing this much, let me just go, and first let me explain you the invoices.jsx page here. So again here we are using the backend URL, that is the server URL. Then in this image, we are again getting the image from the, that will be coming from the server side, that is it will be coming from the uploads folder. Then here we are normalizing the invoice here, that is coming from the server side, and we are taking these details inside this. Then again we are taking the client data, that is we'll be taking the name, email, address and phone number of the particular client here. So now after this, again the format currency, it will give you the, it is similar to this currency we have shown here, that is this. Let me just copy this here and paste it over here. Now again the format date will give you the output something like this, that is the date first, then the month, and then the year over here. Now here these are the icons we are going to use for this, and here the pagination here, it will show you, let me just click on here, and it will show you how much invoices you can see on per page. You can see 6, you can see 20 is the maximum limit for this. So let me just type here and add as a pagination, that is if there is more than 6 invoices, then it will switch to another page. Now the UUID here, we will be not requiring this function for this, just remove it here. And then here this will be giving us the get token, and the user is signed in or not, it will be test using this, and we are going to obtain the token from the local storage here. Then here the all invoices will be stored inside an empty array, and then the loading and the error will be managing the state here. These filters, we have created these filter. Let me just go to our invoice controller, and here let me scroll up to our this, and here you can see we have created this filter that it can be filter from the email, the client name and status and due date. So it will be sorting by the issue date, that is the first invoice will be coming above, that is the first invoice, then the latest invoice will be coming above, and this /API/invoice will be coming from our server.js. This is the /API/invoice, and here we'll be getting this, so it will be on get method on slash here. So it will be a get method to fetch the details, and it will give you these details over here. And the fetch invoices function will be recall again and again if we refresh the page here. Now after this, it will be the filter done over here, and then here open the invoice. So it will open the invoice preview here, that it will be taking you to invoice preview page here. And to delete the invoice, will be using this again, the /API/invoice, that is this route, and the, let me just type here the ID that are passing here. So why we require the ID? Because the deletion will be done on the particular ID. The method here, it will be delete method, and the token will be passed here for the authorization. Now to generate this text from the AI, so it will be using the /API/AI, that is this route, and this let me just go to invoices, and this slash generate, it is coming from our, let me just scroll up, and here the AI invoice router, here we have created this slash generate over here. So for that, it is coming over here, and it is a post method, so it will be our creation method. Now once it will just get created over here, now let me just scroll down, it will give you the invoice, like new ID will be saved here, and the invoice will have the ID here, the invoice number, the issue date, it will have also have the due date, the client data, the items data, the currency, default it will be INR, the status, the notes, and the tax percentage, and the AI source, that is the raw text over here. Now the rest of these things are the UI part. So now after this, we have completed this invoice also by this. So here let me search it using this 2026 or 7410. It shows that is the number is a filter here. Then we can search here by 2026 here, so it will only show you this, and let me remove this. Then the status here, you can search it by unpaid, it will show you 1 unpaid, paid it is also 1, and usually it is 2 here. You can also search by the dates here, but if you view here, so for view it take us to this page, and here if you delete any invoice, it will get deleted over here, that it shows invoice deleted. And on the dashboard, now you can see there is no unpaid invoice created here. So now let's go back here, and here if you view, so for this let's go to our VS Code and let's create our invoice preview page here. Now for this invoice preview, let's go to our GitHub, and here inside the invoice preview.jsx, all you need to do is just copy the whole code, and let me just go back and paste it over here. Now after pasting this, let's go to our UI, and now you can see the invoice preview like this. It will have all the details that have been filled by the create invoice there, but it doesn't look good, and also it is not aligned here. So for that, let's go to our index.css and just copy the whole code from here, and inside the index.css over here, just copy and paste it over here. Once you have pasted the whole code, now if you go back, now our invoice will look something like this, and now it is better than the previous one. So now here in the invoice preview, you will be getting the invoice number here, and also you can edit the invoice and print it also. So here let me just save it as a PDF, and it will be loading the preview. It will take some time to load the preview, but once it get here, just save it here, and it will ask you to save it on your system. Just save it over there. Once you have saved it, you can also view your invoice from there. Now once you have viewed that, let me just let me edit this invoice here. Let me edit the business name for this invoice over here, and let me remove the new here, and let me just update the invoice over here. Now once you updated the invoice successfully, now if you go to your invoice and view here, now it will show that is the name here, that is the name has been changed over here now, and the rest of the details are being coming right here, and everything here is being fetched correctly. Now let's go back here, and now let me just close, let me go to our invoice preview. Here again for the API base, we are using the backend URL, then, and here that is the profile endpoint, we will be using the /API/business, that will be coming from our server.js, that is the /API/business, and let me just open the invoice preview, and the /me, it will be coming from our business router, that is this /me, to get the business profile here. Now let me just go back here, and this image, resolve image, will give you the image that is saved in the uploads folder. So it will be fetching the image that will be saved in the uploads folder over there. Now after this, let me just scroll down here, and here for the default profile, we are taking the business name and the email of that business, the address, the phone number, the GST number of that business, the stamp, the signature, and the logo will be saving the images. Then the default tax percentage here, it is defined as 18. The signature name and the signature title will be filled by the user over here. Now, here the currency format will again show you the currency for the invoice. And now, after this, the format date, again it will return the format, like it will show you the date first, then the month, and then it will show you the year for the invoice over here. Now, here in the normalized client, we will be taking the client details like name, email, address, and phone number, and we are gonna store them here. And then we are gonna return the addresses, also the phone number over here. Now, here for the icons, we are using these icons for this component. And now, here we are taking the ID, that is the ID for this, where we can fetch it. And let me just go. And here we are using the user ID for the business profile router and the owner ID. So here this is the ID, and then the get token and the user is signed in or not will be coming from our use auth, that is will be retrieved from the clerk here. Then after this, we will be obtaining the token that is saved in the local storage here. If it is not found, it will force refresh it again and it will fetch the token there. Now it will be coming from the local storage over here. Now then in this use effect hook for the fetch invoice function, we will be using the first we will be obtaining the token, then we are going to use the invoice endpoint and the ID here, pass here, and it will be a get method to fetch the data, and it will be fetching you these details over here. Then again for the fetching of the profile here, it will be a get method and it will be using the profile endpoint. So this is the profile endpoint, we have seen it. And for the invoice endpoint, we press the /API/invoice and we are sending the ID also. So this is the /API/endpoint, and to get the invoice by ID, we are sending the ID over here. Now, after this, let me just scroll down till this. And now here we are gonna return the invoice number over here, and the hard print, that is the printing we have done, it will be our hard print. So this is how our preview will look like, that is the invoice that we can print will look something like this. And now if the invoice is not found, that is if the invoice for that particular invoice number is not present or that particular ID doesn't have that invoice, it will show you invoice not found over here. Now after this, it will be calculating these things and storing each of them, and then in the return we are just returning the UI here. So this is all the UI, the rest of the things, and it will be fetching you these details and saving it like this. So our invoice will look something like this in the preview here. So now by this we have completed this page also. Now let's go to our pages and create our business profile.jsx page here, and inside this type RAFCE. Now let's go to our app.jsx, and now after this route tag, let me define another route, and the path here, it will be taken us to business. Then the element here, we are going to render on this route here, it will be our business profile here. Now after this, let me just go to our business profile here, and here let me just type here first. Let me just this is the business profile. So for that business profile, let's go to our business profile, and here you can see on the create profile we have to fill each of them again. But if you want that these things will be filled immediately, so we have to create this business profile here. That's why we are creating this business profile here. So just type here import. Here we are going to import the business profile styles coming from our dummy styles, and here we are going to use these CSS property for our this particular component over here. Also we have to import two more things, that is first it is the icon colors and the custom styles over here. Now after this, let me just also import. So here we are gonna import the use auth coming from our Clerk React, and the use user that will be also coming from our Clerk React. Now from the create invoice, let me just scroll up and let's copy the backend URL, the API base, and let me just paste it over here. Now after this, let me just type here the icons here, and here let's go to our GitHub, and inside the business profile.jsx, here let us just copy the icons that are present over here, and let me just paste it over here. Now after this, let's go to our GitHub again, and let us copy the resolve image function, and here let me just add a comment here. That is, this function will get you the images that will be saved in the uploads folder, or it is saved in the, that is, it's saved in the server side here. And let us paste this function here. Now after this, let me just go to our GitHub again, and here let us copy these functions here and the hooks here, and let me just paste it over here. So here we have already imported the use auth and the use user hook that is coming from the Clerk React, and here we are getting the token, and the user is signed in or not will be coming from our use auth, and the user details will be coming from our use user. Let us import the use state hook, and the meta will be storing the data over here, and then it will be storing the data, and the savings will be storing the savings here, and it will be initially false here. Then the files will be storing the images for the logo as well as the stamp and the signature, and the previews will be showing the preview of each of them, like the logo, the stamp and the signature over here. Now get auth token will get you the auth token that is saved in the local storage, and it will force refresh if the token is not found here. Now after this, let's add the comment as the fetch user profile. If it is saved in the, if it is saved previously, we are gonna fetch the profile. So that is, the user has already created his profile, then it has to be fetched here. So let us just copy these functions, and here let me just paste it over here. So here, if the user profile is already created, it will be get fetched over here by this function. Let's import the use effect hook. So by this fetch profile function, we are gonna get the user profile that will be saved here, and it will be done on the /API/business profile and /me again. So again, this /API/business profile and /me is coming from our business profile router, and this is the /API/business profile here. Now we are gonna get it by using the get method, as it will be a fetch method, and we are gonna pass here the token for the authorization here. Then from the server, we are gonna get the business name. Here we are gonna get the email, we are gonna fetch the address, the phone number, the GST, then these three images, the logo URL, the stamp URL, the signature URL, the signature owner name and the signature owner title. Then it will be fetching the tax, default tax percentage, and the profile ID will be fetched over here with the notes here. And once the profile is searched, it will be set in the meta as the server meta here. Now that means the user has already created it, and it will be getting these details coming from here. Now it will update the meta, that we can update each of the field using this method over here, and the value here, the new value will be set over there. Now for the image handling, that is the file handling for the logo, stamp and the signature, let me just go back, and here let me just copy this function over here, and we have to just paste it over here. So now here, this is the image handling function that will show you the preview of that particular image over here, and it will be showing you the preview over there. Now after this function, let me just go to our business profile model, and here we have to correct this lowercase that we have defined earlierly, the incorrect one, the lowercase. And now here let me just go to our profile controller here, and here we have to correct the console.error, as it will be not the log, as it will be logging here in the console. We need the error to be console on the browser console. So let me just change it to error here. Now after changing these things, these details will be get changed here. Now after changing this, let me just go to our business profile here, and now after this, here let me just go and let me just copy these functions over here till this, and let me just paste it over here. So here you can remove any file locally. That means that is, you can remove the preview file if you don't like the file, or if you have uploaded the incorrect file, you can just remove the file using this remove local file over here. Now let me just after this, let me just scroll down over here, and now after this, let's create our another, that is the save the business profile in the server That is, we are gonna save here the business profile in the database. So for that, this is the function. Let me just copy this function till here, and let me just go and paste it over here. So here, let me scroll up, and here in this handle save function, we are gonna pass here the event, and then we are gonna pass here the auth token. And if the token is not found, it will show you this error. Then it will append the each field with the FD, and then it will also append the business name, the email, the address, the phone number, then the GST number, then the default tax percentage, the signature owner name, the signature title, and the notes here. Then it will append the logos, the stamp, and the signature name over here. And then here we are gonna create the profile ID, and then here for this we are gonna use the put method, as it will be done for the editing purpose. That is, this route will help you for the addition, that is the editing here, and this route will help you in creation of our invoice here, that is the business profile over here. So now this /API/business profile is this, and here this is the ID we have sent here. So for this, let me just go inside this, and here for the post method, that is first the put method, it will be using the ID to upload these things, that is the, and for the post method for the creation we are using this slash here. So now we are gonna send here the token here, and the method here will be sent. Either it can be the put method or it can be a post method. Then the token will be sent, and then the merge will have these details inside this, and then the set meta will be setting the merge data over here, that is the saved in the database. So it will be saved in the DB. Now let me scroll down, and here the handle clear profile, this function can be used to remove the images and the previews that are saved in the local storage here. So now let me just add this comment, and now after this here, now we have to create the UI. So for that, let's create a div tag in the return, and then give a class name to this div. It will be business profile styles dot page container. Then create another div tag and a class name to this div. Here it will be again the business profile styles dot, it will be header container. Then inside this, create a h1 tag and a class name to this h1 tag. Here it will be business profile styles dot header title, and let's give here the title as business profile. Now after giving this, create a paragraph tag, and let's give the class name to this paragraph. Here it will be business profile styles dot, it will be header subtitle, and let's give the paragraph as configure your company details, branding assets, and invoice defaults. Now after writing this, let's go to our UI, and now you can see this, it is present on the UI and it is working fine here. So now let's go back here. Now inside this, type here is signed in not happening, and in that case here we have to create a div tag, and let's give here the style here, and inside this the margin top here, it will be 12 over here. Then we have to pass here the color, and the color will be this code. Then the background here, it will be this particular code here. Then the padding here, it will be given here the 10, and then the border radius, it will be 8 over here. Now after this, inside the div, we have to type here, that is you are not signed in, change cannot be saved here. That is, the changes cannot be saved if you are not signed in, and you have to sign in to load and save your business profile over here. Now after this div, let me just type here a form tag, and inside this form here, let me just pass here the on submit, it will be our handle save here. Then the class name here, we are gonna call here the class name as the business profile styles dot page container. Then inside this, we are gonna create the business info. So create a div tag, and here let's give the class name to this div. It will be business profile styles dot, it will be card container. Then another div tag and a class name here, it will be, let me just type here the class name, it will be business profile styles dot, it will be card header container. Then another div tag, let's give the class name to this div, it will be backtick, and pass here the business profile styles dot, it will be card icon container, and inside this we are gonna pass here the icon colors dot business. Now inside this, let me just go to our GitHub, and here let's copy the SVG over here, and let me just paste it over here. Now, after pasting the SVG, now after this create a h2 tag, and let's give the class name to this heading tag. It will be business profile styles dot, here it will be, let me type here the card title, and let's give the title as business information. Now, after writing this on the UI, you can see the business information is present over here. And now let's go back here, and now after this div, create another div tag and a class name here. It will be business profile styles dot, it will be grid call span 2, and a div tag and a label tag here. And now let's give the class name to this label tag. It will be business profile styles dot label, and inside this type here the business name. Now change this class name, it will be business call grid calls 2. Then our input tag, and here we don't require the type here, so let me just remove the type over here, and a class name to this. It will be business profile styles dot input. Then inside this the value here the value will be meta dot business name, or it will be empty string. Then on change and pass here the event and create an arrow function, and type here the update meta. It will be updating the business name over here, and with the event dot target dot the value here. Now type here the placeholder here, and the placeholder, it will say that is enter your business name here. So you have to enter your business name. So let us copy the div here from this to this, and let me paste it again. This time just change the business name to email over here. Now it will be changed to, the value will be changed to email, and then here the update meta will be email, and let's give the placeholder as it will be business@example.com here. Now after this, let me just go, and now you can see on the UI you have two input boxes here that are present over here. Now let's go back here, and now after this div, paste it again, and here this time give class name to this div. It will be business profile styles dot, it will be our grid call span 2. Then let's remove the input tag, and the label here, it will be changed to address over here. Then in the label tag, it will be our text area tag, and we don't require the name, also we don't require the ID field here. So let's give the rows here as 2, or we can keep it 3. Then let's copy these lines over here and paste it over here. Then just change the class name to text area. Here the value will be changed to, let me just change it to address over here. Then the on change will happen to the address field, and then the placeholder, it will change itself to, that is the, let me just type here the enter your business address. So it will be changed to this business address over here. Now you can see the address field is coming here, and now you can increase the size as well as the decrease the size of this field here. That is the text area. So now after this, let me just copy the div one time again, and now after this div we have to paste it again here. Change this email, it will be changed to phone here, and then the meta will be changed to meta dot phone here. The value will be changed this, and here it will be changed to phone here again. Now the placeholder, it will be changed to +1, and here you can give any number you want. Now paste it again, and this time just change the phone to GST here, GST number. Then the meta, the value here, it will be changed to the meta.gst, it will be changed to GST, and the placeholder, it will be changed to, let me just give here any value that you want. You can give here any value for the GST number. Now the GST number and the phone field are present over here. So just let me refresh the page here one time, and now it's working fine here. Now after this div, here we are gonna create our branding and the default status here. So for that, let me just create a div tag and a class name to this div. It will be business profile styles dot card container. Then another div tag and a class name to this div. It will be business profile styles dot, it will be card header container. Then another div tag and a class name to this div. Here it will be business backtick, and pass here the business profile styles dot, it will be card icon container, and here we are gonna pass here the icon colors dot, it will be branding. Now inside this we have to pass here the image icon and a class name, width will be 5 and height will be 5 here. Now after this, let me just create a h2 tag and let's give the class name to heading tag. It will be business profile size dot, it will be car title, and let's give the title as branding, and it will be default here. Now after this, let me just create the logo here. So for that, create a div tag here and let's give the class name here. It will be business profile styles dot, here it will be grid calls to, and it will be grid calls to large here. Then let's go to our, so it is present on the UI, and let's go to our GitHub and let us copy this till this div here, till this div, and just copy it and now paste it over here. Now once you have pasted this, let's go to our UI. Now you can see the company logo is present over here, and if you upload any image over here, it can be uploaded and preview here. Now for our tag setting, so for that, let me create a div tag over here and let's give the class name to this div. It will be space from y-axis will be 6. Then another div tag over here and let's give a h3 tag and class name to this heading tag. It will be, text will be large and the font will be medium, then text gray 900, then the margin bottom will be 4, and let's pass here the text setting, that is the tag setting over here. Now create another div tag and a class name to this div. Here it will be business profile size dot tags container. Now inside this, create a label tag, and inside this label tag, let's give the class name. Here it will be business profile size dot, it will be label. Now inside this, just type here the default tags. Let me just type here the tags percentage. So it will be default tags percentage, and a div tag, let's give the class name. It will be flex, and the item here it will be center, then the gap of 3, and here just create an input tag, and the type here it will be our number type. Then the minimum value for this input tag will be 0. Then the maximum value for this input tag here it will be 100%, that is. Then the step, it will take only 0.1 for the increment here, or we can decrease it using the 0.1 here. Then the business profile dot styles dot, it will be tax input. Now the value for this input tag, it will be meta dot default tax percentage, else it will be 18, that is it will be hard coded 18 over here. Then on change, pass here the event, and it will be update meta, that will be having the default tax percentage, which will be number, and inside this pass here the event dot target dot value over here, or it will be 0 here. Now after writing this much, let's go, and now you can see the tax setting is also present here, and we can increase or decrease the value by 0.1 only. So that is the work for the step over here, that is written here. Now then a span tag and a class name. Here it will be custom size dot tax percentage. Now inside this, just pass the percentage sign here. Then a paragraph tag and a class name to this paragraph. It will be business profile styles dot tax help text, and it will be this tax rate will pre-fill in new invoices. You can adjust this per invoice as needed. So you can adjust from the create profile also, or you can just increase or decrease the value from here also. So now after writing this paragraph, let's go and let's create our stamp and signature. So for this stamp and signature, let me just go to our GitHub again, and here we have to copy this stamp and signature, and here we have to copy this till this and paste it over here. Now after pasting this, let me just go to our UI, and now you can see the digital assets are present here, the digital stamp, the digital signature, and the owner name as well as the title here. Now after this, let me just create the another section, that is the footer actions, that is the buttons here. So create a div tag and a class name to this div. It will be business profile styles dot, it will be action container. Then another div tag, let's give the class name. Here it will be business profile styles dot, it will be action inner container. Then another div tag and a class name to this div. It will be business profile styles dot, it will be action button group, and a button tag here. And inside this, the type of the button tag, it will be submit type. Then the on click property, it will be a handle safe, and then the disabled is equals to, it will be disabled when it is saving state, and then the class name to this button tag, it will be business profile styles dot save button. And now inside this, just pass here the save icon. The class name as width will be 4 and height will be 4, and the close this icon here. And now after this, give a space over here and just pass here saving. If it is saving, it will be saving dot dot dot. In else case, it will be save profile here. Now after writing this, let's go, and now you can see the save profile button is present here. Now let's go back here, and now after the button tag, create another button tag, and let's give here the type of the button. This time it will be a button type. Then on click property here, it will be our handle clear profile. Then the class name to this button tag here, it will be business profile styles dot, it will be our reset button. And inside this, just pass here the reset icon, and let's give the class name to this icon as width will be 4 and height will be 4, and just type here clear profile over here. Now, so by writing this, we have completed the business profile.jsx page also. So let me just go, and here you can see you can remove any changes you have done till now, and it will get reset over here. Now let us set up the business profile for this, and here let me just give here the GST number here. You can give anything here, and let me just add here the company logo. Now let me scroll down. Let us default percentage here. It will be, let us keep it to 10%, and then let's upload the stamp over here, and here let me just upload the signature. Then let's set up the signature owner name, and it will be our HDS, and let's give here the designation as company and save the profile here. Once this profile is being created over here, now you can go to your create invoice, and you can see these details are getting fetched already, and these things are coming from the business profile here. Now here you can see these, all the details are coming from the business profile here. So you don't have to fill these details every time you visit this create invoice here. So now after this, here when you create with AI, we have to give here the prompt, and you can create here the prompt like this, or you can just you can get the prompt from the GitHub, and we have uploaded the prompt there also. So you can get the profile, the prompt, and if you click on the generate button, it will take some time because it will be using the model, the 2-point model for the Gemini. And now once you have given this, it will show you that is the client name is present here, and the details for the items as well as the pricing we have done is successfully fetched over here. Now if you just update the profile, it will just get saved over here, and now you can see it is getting saved over here. And here if you again create with AI, and let me just give here these details, that is the client email as well as the phone number, and let me just change here the values for these TVs and the PlayStation, and just generate the button here. Once you click again the generate button, it will take some time. And now once the, let me just wait here. So now once the model is done, now it will show you that it has fetched the email, the phone number for the client side, and here the bill details are coming from the business model. So it is simple to create these things, and it is fast enough to create it with the AI here. So now you can see we have created 2 here, and now you can see you can preview the invoice you have created using the AI also. So now after creating this, it shows that is we have taken the tax percentage as 18 here. So now if you go to your business profile here, let me just go to our pages, and now we have to also create one page, that is the not found.jsx page, that will redirect you if you have entered the wrong invoice number or the invoice ID is not found. If anything went wrong, it will show you this not found page here. So in the route tag, you have to import this not found here in the elements, and the path here it will be asterisk. So by this we have completed this also. So now let's go to our not found, and here we have to give a class name. It will be min height from screen, then it will be flex item center, justify center, then the background will be white, then another div tag and a class name. Here it will be text will be center, then the padding will be 8, then inside this h1 tag and a class name to this heading tag. It will be text will be 4XL, then the font will be bold and the margin bottom will be 2. Then inside this just type here 404 and a paragraph tag, and let's give class name here. It will be text will be gray 800 and the margin bottom will be 6, and just type here that is page not found over here. Now after writing this, a link tag, and we have to import the link. So just type here the import link that is coming from our React Router DOM package, and let's give here the to property. It will be taking to us the home page, and a class name here it will say that is padding from x-axis will be 4, the y-axis will be 2, and the, let me just type here, the rounded will be MD and the background will be indigo 700. Then the text will be white over here, and just type here go to home here. Now by this we have completed this component also, and now by this we have completed the whole project for the invoice generator here. So let me just close all this, and now let us test the invoice generator. So first let me log out here, and here let me just sign in over here using the Clerk here. And now once you are signed in, it will take you to our dashboard page. Here you can see your dashboards. Here you can see your invoices. You can edit the invoice here. You can change the status to unpaid over here and update these things. And on the dashboard you can also see that is the unpaid value will be increased over here and the paid value will be fetched over here, and the total number of invoices will be present here. Now here if you delete any of the invoices over here, let me remove this one, and now it will get deleted over here. And here if you create here with the Google, you can create, or you can create by the create invoice page here, and the business profile will help you setting up your business profile. So now let's test the responsiveness. As we have tested the home page, it is also responsive for all the pages, for all the screens, either it is laptop, the mobile, or it can be tablet view. It is responsive for every screen size. So now after this, let's go to our dashboard, and now so this, let me just open a new Chrome, and here let me sign in here. So if a new ID logged in, then there will be nothing will be set up over here, and the user will be seeing a new invoices pages. Nothing will be set up over here. The business profile will be empty, and it shows that is no invoices generated using this ID. So this functionality is also working fine. That is a particular user can see his or her own profile. So this is all. Stay tuned for more, and thanks for watching.